1, 2, testing. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, can everyone hear me? Can everyone hear me? Am I audible? Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, testing. Thank you. Tobela, good morning. Arialocha. Yeah. Liina Lagaki Andile. Not sure if you could hear that. Well, yeah, that's my name. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be your program director for today. This is the last leg of our roadshows. Our board and management has been crisscrossing the country, sharing great strides that the SETA has managed to attain over the period of the board, and also sharing with you very exciting stories, and also assisting you in identifying the pitfalls and assisting you as well to be ready for what is to come. And ladies and gentlemen, you know that there's been so many, innovations. We've also have changed now onto the online system, and you are now comfortable. You can trace out invoices, and all that has happened because of our current leadership. But ladies and gentlemen, before I say anything further or much, I would love to introduce our chairperson of the board, Mr. Tobela, who is seated right in front of us. And we do have also, thank you, and we do have our CEO, Mr. Madibane. To my left, we have Ms. Bunke Mukwena. And also seated there, right in the front row, we have Mr. Nemugavini. We also have Ms. Kukusema, and we have Lisha as well from ETGA, who will be taking us through the ETGA successes and what qualifications we can apply for. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, it's sizzling. So get ready and show that your application with QCDO is in the process, because the SETA is going to take a different direction. We want to empower our people, and we want to ensure that our people learn the new trades, they learn the new technologies. We are slowly moving away from technical support. We're moving away from systems development. We gotta start talking AI. But that is not for me to say, ladies and gentlemen. And now I'm going to let our chairperson of the board to come up front and share us the opening remarks. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Tobel. So, get nothing pure or Tobel. So, from the Eastern Cape, I'm closer. I can see some of you already are asking questions. What kind of Tobela is closer and also wearing a ZCC badge? It's got a bit of a strange combination. Yeah, but yeah, I know some of the people here say I got lost somewhere and ended up somewhere in the Eastern Cape. Otherwise, I'm supposed to be a chief here in Limpopo. And I'm still looking for someone to tell me where's my piece of land here and build my kingdom here, because I've been given a history of why when you greet in Sepedi Lere Tobel, they're saying it's one of the founders of the Pedi nation who was Tobel, and then I'm actually your ancestor. All right. Once more, good morning. I must first thank you for making time to come to this gathering. And I expected Limpopo to be a bit more packed than this. I'm not sure what has happened, CEO, and I think it needs to be looked into as to what has happened, so that we are able to address that problem, if there is a problem. In all the places that we've been to Cape Town, we've been to Durban, we've been to Gqeberha, and we've been to Johannesburg, and now we are here. All of those places have been really packed, and it's not even about us that we want the place to be packed, but it's the reason that we prefer that there is people that are attending is because there's quite a lot of information that is important for your work that gets shared here. And it's best when you are present and hearing it for yourself, because some of the information that you hear from these colleagues that are going to be speaking here, if you are not here, you'll end up paying for it. A consultant telling you that I can do this for you, quick, and pay me. And yet it's things that if you were here, you'd be able to understand and do them for yourself. So I think it's into the future, when we organize these things, I think let the other stakeholders who are not here be encouraged by those who are here to come and grace this. It's not about us as the MI City SETA, but it's about you and building capacity and giving and sharing knowledge with you to make your work even easier and understand what is in the thought process of the MI City SETA. But I think let me make a few remarks regarding this session. As I've indicated, that we've been to different places of the country, talking to training providers and stakeholders in general. The reason for this, the work that we do, is best when it's done with the understanding and in collaboration with the stakeholders. Because you as training providers who are here, the work that you do it on behalf of MI City SETA. So you become us in implementing the work that you do. And therefore, if you are part of us as MI City SETA, it is best that we must interact and make sure that we're in the same understanding on the work that we have to do. Let us interact so that if there are problems that you encounter or there is issues that you think you want to understand, let us have a discussion around those. So we see how do we improve where we need to improve. And probably where we need to explain things that probably you may not understand. This board has been in office for 5 years, and the CEO has been in this organization for much longer than that, but before he was not the CEO. He started acting as a CEO around 2021, and then was confirmed in 2022 as a CEO. Am I correct, Mr. Madiba? Right. And I must say this, whilst I regard myself as a person who is not confined by boundaries or by ethnicity, but this place must be proud that you have a CEO who comes from here in this area, in Limpopo. I don't know what's your village. What's the name of your village? Yeah, I don't know why it's in Afrikaans, but it sounds in Afrikaans. So your own son is the CEO, and you need to be proud of that. And when he became a CEO, I must share this, and I've not shared it with anybody else. When he became a CEO, I got calls from people complaining, saying, yeah, now you have appointed Mr. Madibana from Limpopo as a CEO, and all the SLAs now are going to Limpopo, and you are not stopping that. And in the process, I get accused of being a ZCC member. Yeah, so Luana, you agree with it because you want things to go to Moria, which is, of course, untrue. So we both got accused that we are taking, and people are very specific and saying things, of course, that are untrue, that we taking work from other provinces and bringing it here. I don't think so. Our major spending has been in Johannesburg, followed by Cape Town, and then KZN. Those are the three most. And the reason for that has been influenced by the fact that these are the most populous provinces. A lot of people in this country are in Gauteng, and followed by KZN, and then Western Cape. That's why the spending would be where most people are. But we have then consciously decided, let's adopt what we called a rural development strategy, which focused on the provinces that are termed as rural. And those provinces include you here in Limpopo, Eastern Cape, Northwest, Northern Cape. But we also included people who stay on the periphery of the urban areas, in the informal settlements in these big cities. Because the minister that appointed the board said to the board, the MICT SETA must stop behaving as if it's a SETA of the urban areas and big cities, but you are a SETA of the entire country, and therefore you must be found everywhere. So we believe that within the limited resources that we have as MICT SETA, that we get, and probably it's very important to state this, we don't get the levies that we give you to do training from the fiscus necessarily, but we get them from the levy payers who are in the space, in this industry. So the levy that we have used to train has been, in our view, properly managed and has been distributed fairly. But of course, we know it's never enough, because we had when we started, we had less than R1 billion. In fact, in our first year, because of COVID, we had just above 200 million to spread throughout the country. And post-COVID, I think we're sitting close to R1 billion now. And we are trying to meet the need that is there, noting the era that we are in, which is the fourth industrial revolution, and everything now is probably going to be based on ICT platforms. Whatever it is that you think you want to do, in all likelihood, it is going to be driven on the ICT platforms. If that's the case, we therefore have to focus on that. But then our focus, as I said earlier on, is limited only to the resources that we have. We could have done more here in Limpopo, like we could have done more elsewhere. But the little that we are able to do is what we can be able to afford. So I thought probably it's important to indicate that. And probably let's also reflect that when we started this in this SETA in 2020, we found the SETA that was performing at the mid-70s, 74, 75% achievement of its targets. But as we speak now, we are talking about a SETA that is sitting at 94% of its targets. And the performance levels have continued to increase over the years. And this is not us beating our own drums, but this is the Auditor General independently assessing our performance and finding what it is that we have been doing. Equally, over the past 4 years, we have been able to get 3 clean audits, which simply means the resources that we have and the targets that we have set ourselves, we have been able to achieve what we have been able to achieve, but also managed the finances of the entity properly. And we have had set up a good governance framework which has enabled us to deliver what we could deliver as indicated by the Auditor General. We should be proud of ourselves, but we also, as we are proud of ourselves of what we've been able to achieve, we are doing so knowing that you also contributed in that improvement. If it was not for you and the work that you do, we would not have been able to achieve that what we have achieved, because, as I said earlier on, you are the extension of the MICT SETA. And therefore, the work that you do is reflected on the results that we are getting. At times, we have been told, and I think Mr. Madibana would attest to this, we have been told that we are very strict as a SETA. Some of the training providers have been saying, no, we work with other SETAs, but we don't get this nonsense that you give us of wanting to prove everything. We unfortunately have to prove everything before we pay the monies that we have to pay to you. And this we do it because it's part of our contribution, a little contribution in building the country that we are in. If we were selfish and think of us as just this as a business where we make money as training providers, I think we'll be disloyal to our own country. And I think you are patriots. You would understand that the work that you do is part of creating a future for this country, so that your children and your grandchildren must find a country that works. And that must happen because we are conscious about ensuring that the little that we have delivers results. We're not doing training because it's a nice thing to do because there is profit to be made. But the profit must be a byproduct of the work that we do. We understand you're in business and you have to make some money and feed your own families. But as you do so, we think you must also be conscious of doing the right thing and doing it right, so that you build an economy and contribute in building an economy and make it possible for those people who are beneficiaries to have a foothold in the economy. And therefore, we want to thank you for the work that you are doing. And but the flip side of it is also to indicate that whilst you do the work that we're saying it's good that you're doing, the few that are not doing the work that we would appreciate to do, we will continue to take a hard stance on it. When you don't do things according to the service level agreement that has been signed, we will indeed take measures against that. This would include terminating the SLA between us and you if you don't do what we should be doing. We frown upon people who do not pay stipend to learners, because some cut corners, and part of some of the training providers avoid paying stipend because they want to increase their profit margins. And we think that's problematic. But that's in the same way we are encouraging you, when you recruit learners, that the stipend should not be the primary reason that you recruit people, but it must be that you are giving them hope for the future, because you create what we call stipend chasers if you recruit people on the basis that they would have stipend. We need to change the narratives so that those who participate in our programs know that the stipend is to get them to make life a bit easier than it would have been if there was no stipend. But then the biggest end game is them acquiring a skill and therefore being able to open a business or being employed and make their own lives better. So we think, colleagues, if we work together, we'll be able to achieve these things. And I think as I come closer to ending the opening remarks, it is to indicate that, colleagues, I really want to thank management of the MICT SETA, that I'm not always in the office. The CEO is, and the senior management that has been introduced to you are always in the office, and they deal with these problems. And the results that we're getting is precisely because we've got people who are committed to driving towards achieving these goals that are important. And I think the CEO will then speak about other achievements that I think are important. Maybe before I sit down, maybe I need to mention this. Some of you might have interacted with the Integrated Learner Management System, which when you apply for your DG allocations, you do it online. And even when you file for your invoice, when you submit your invoices are done online, and you are able to see and track your submissions online. This is one of the biggest achievements that we have made as the MICT SETA, which from what we understand, other SETAs are also going to get onto this system, which will make your lives easy. So you do not have to depend on me. And when your invoice is not paid, we want to eliminate a possibility of me calling you and saying, no, I saw your invoice, but if we can sit down and have coffee, we can talk about it. Or else telling you that my hands are dry, they need a little bit of lubrication for me to facilitate the payment. So we've developed that system amongst others to ensure that we eliminate that. But this is notwithstanding, and I must say, I'm not trying to say our officials are like that. But in any organization, there will be just one or two odd people who do things that are not correct. But it's not the organization. The organization generally is ethical, I must say. So I don't want to come out of here thinking that I'm delivering a message that we have found that our people are not ethical. They are. But of course, like any other organization, in your family as well, you will find there's someone who acts in a way that is not necessarily what the family wants to see as indicating the family. So that would happen from time to time. But it should not be what causes us to have an alarm that there's a problem at MICT. That there isn't. We are working hard. In fact, these employees are working extra hard than you would think. Some may think these people are having it soft. They do not. It's very difficult. And I must share with you that some are going on sick leaves because the rate at the pace at which we are going is extremely high. And they even compromise their personal lives. And I think it's something that I feel it should always be stated to you so that you don't think, government, no, those ones, no, they go to offices and earn monies, but we do not know what they are doing. But I know what they are doing. I'm unemployed, but I know what they are doing. I've seen what they do. Their results are speaking for themselves. Probably, as much as I said, this is the last point, I think it would be amiss not to mention this thing. At the beginning, when we arrived in the 2020, yes, I hear somebody is laughing because I said 1920. I'm old. Tomorrow, I'm turning 53 years old tomorrow. So, and by the way, it's an interesting thing that it will be in the last 5 years, it will be the second time that I have my birthday in Limpopo. When I turned 50, I was here in Limpopo in another meeting of the MICT SETA. So, yeah, it means you must start preparing for my party on my next birthday now. Yeah. So I was saying it's important to indicate this thing of the stress here. When we came here, there were fewer training providers who were having big numbers to a point where they sounded and looked like they are owning MICT SETA. They've got a God-given right to do training and not anybody else. But we stopped that and we said, open up the space for all training providers to have a chance to work with us. So what we also did was to set a cap on how many learners one should have. We started at setting a cap, I think 2021-22 at 80. We reviewed it to a maximum of 150 because we want to spread the benefit of this. the opportunity to do this work. But what it meant is that it put pressure on them, because when they were managing 5 training providers, now they're managing 100 training providers. You can imagine the pressure that it put on the employees. But it's a risk that we said we must take, because we want to expand our footprint and reach and provide opportunities to all. We also set up a threshold of no less than 20 for any training providers, particularly the new ones. So when you are new, the risk is high. Let's not complain when we get allocated low numbers as 20, 25, because our point is that you can't, when you start, get to train 100 people. You don't have an experience of training. But let's see with the low numbers and see you deliver. If you deliver within the budget, within the time, and the product is seen, when you next apply, in all probability, we are likely to relook into that. But though that also must be viewed in the context of what is it that are the targets that we have as a MICT SETA, because it's not just the big numbers on things that are outside of the targets, which is why it's important that you must be here. Because as these people from MICT speak here, they will be telling you exactly where are our focus, where is our focus. And our focus is also influenced by the department's priorities, and therefore responding to that. So when you make an application, you will then have an idea of what are the key areas that we are looking at and how we should be responding. And I think lastly, we're going to play a video quickly here. It's a 14-minute video. This is a compilation that was done by one of the beneficiaries of our work that we have done as a MICT SETA. And it's going to be giving an unchoreographed account of what we have done over the last 5 years. This is a summary. It's a summary of summary, because there's 3 other videos that are much bigger with the accounts of what has happened. So if you don't see your person here, it simply means they might be on a bigger video, but we had to compress it to a smaller video. And we think, because we are not doing this just for the sake of it, we are touching people's lives and changing lives. And we thought it's important to share this account with you, so you see your work and how it is impacting in people's lives, saying it in their own voices. We'll play that. And this has been put together by a young chap from a company that's benefited from us in Gauteng and doing it for free. But the same company has also produced kids who are on the marketing side of qualification, who have won a competition developing an ad for Renault Kwid. I don't know if you know the car, Renault Kwid, a small car, and it's an international brand. It's a French brand. And that means the work that we're doing is actually playing at an international stage. So we should be proud of the work that we're doing. And I will then request at this stage, before I say I'm stepping down, that you roll that video for the stakeholders to watch.
The Media, Information and Communications Technology Sector Education and Training Authority, known as the MICT SETA, was established in terms of the Skills Development Act of 1998. MICT SETA plays a pivotal role in achieving South Africa's skills development and economic growth within the advertising, film and electronic media, electronics, information technology and telecommunications subsectors. MICT SETA has regional presence in South Africa, with offices in KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape and Eastern Cape, Free State, Klerksdorp Satellite Office and a head office in Johannesburg.
As a skills development entity, the MICT SETA understands its vital role in advancing the National Skills Development 2030 agenda by contributing to the overarching goals of building a skilled and capable workforce, reducing unemployment, and enhancing the country's global competitiveness. Through targeted skills development interventions, MICT SETA strives to create opportunities for individuals to realize their potential, drive innovation, and contribute to South Africa's socio-economic development.
I am from a small town called Hammanskraal, specifically from an area called Ganana. I come from a family of 6.
Siblings we had 5 at home, so it was squabble. I moved out, I stayed alone at home.
My mom doesn't work and my dad is a security guard.
I studied at Sastre College and I'm currently doing my BEng Tech in Mechanical Engineering at DUT.
I attended another course, IT course. My friend told me about DEF, so that's why I decided to apply here.
After graduating, I was unemployed for about a year, which was the COVID period, and I was introduced to Mafikeng Digital Innovation Hub by a referral from someone who knew that I was interested in computers and digital things.
So how I found out about the MICT SETA is through their initiative of asking us to create or work with them in the intranet project.
I live with my grandparents and my 2 siblings. My mother and father live elsewhere, and I've been living with them throughout my academic life or school life.
I'm from KZN, Kamhlaba. I grew up in Mseleni Children's Home. In 2018, I decided to move to Cape Town to study film and television. And I remember coming to Cape Town with like nothing beside my disability grant and like living out of my disability grant for those years during my studies.
In my first year of undergrad, my mom had to quit her job so that she could be able to put me through school because it was quite expensive. And I found out through an after alumni that there was the MICT SETA bursary, and I applied and they funded my 2nd and my 3rd year.
It was around 2022, and then because I was struggling financially, and then one of my lecturers suggested that actually there are internships that I can apply to. And then so that's when I found out about MICSETA and SA Film Academy.
I found out about the internship from one of the colleagues that work here. It was a post that was advertised and they told me to go onto the SABC website.
And fast forward 6 years later, through the mentorship I received, through the MICSETA's internship and through service providers like Film Africa and Moonlighting Films, I was able to work my way up, eventually to becoming the operations manager at Greenset.
If you look just behind us, we've got a fully equipped lab, which guys will actually be taken through from digging manholes to actually to house connection.
Our ICT programs are 12 months learnership. This is through the MICT funding program.
Some of our programs that we focus on is developing skills in the 4IR space. Drone flying, drone making would be one of it. We're also looking at young people looking at 3D printing, coding, and also making sure that young people get the necessary skills in the technical fields where IT is concerned.
We select students from difficult background, especially those who come from the 4IR sector, and then we give them an opportunity to develop their skills as well as fund them to further their studies.
Although the students really come from the disadvantaged background, is that the good part is that they are really willing to learn.
A lot of youth who are unemployed is because of the skill. So one thing that they come here through that EPIP model is to develop the skill.
The MICT SETA Lab, I believe it is a very good tool for students because you get introduced to new technologies, you get to be exposed to different kinds of people.
So when the students come in, they're very shy, they're very withdrawn, and the knowledge that they have is almost textbook knowledge. So when they come in, the first thing we do is we assess where their learning gaps are. We put them onto Orca AI and we monitor them weekly. Every week they are allowed to, it's compulsory actually for them to present the solutions they've worked on.
So I learned how to install and maintain fiber. I learned how to use the devices connected with the fiber optics. And I also learned how to construct cables and how to take care of the cable, as it is a very delicate cable.
So as I came here, I didn't know how to use a computer, but now I've become a computer literate because I've learned a lot, using Excel, Word, and other engineering system.
And it was an amazing opportunity for me to write my first ever international examination called the Microsoft Azure AI Fundamental, whereby I received an international recognized certification after passing the international examination.
Because when the young people join our program, you could see the levels. But as the program continues, you can actually see how the spark takes them to another level. And another level actually tells us that our training that we are doing is doing impact.
Strategic partnerships in key areas of the fourth industrial revolution enable the MICT to tap into emerging trends, drive innovation, and develop 4R qualifications across various domains such as artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, cloud computing, design thinking, data science, Internet of Things, robotic process automation, e-waste, drone technology, blockchain, 3D printing, optic fiber, extended reality like augmented and virtual reality, and mobile devices repairs. Noteworthy initiatives include the development of an intranet portal with the University of Johannesburg to improve internal communication and productivity within the organization, as well as other research chair projects focusing on cybersecurity, enterprise architecture, and ICT master planning with various universities. The SETA recognizes the importance of SMMEs in economic growth and offers tailored programs to empower them. Accreditation for 38 new 4R courses and realignment of 22 others reflects evolving qualifications in line with industry needs. The SETA's investment of nearly R1 billion in discretionary grants and 188 million rand in mandatory grants in the 2023-2024 financial year underscores its commitment to equipping learners with skills for the digital age. The MISTA is dedicated to supporting young entrepreneurs through initiatives like the new Venture Creation Level 2 Skills Program, providing essential skills and knowledge for business success. Additionally, a shared service model is being established to optimize technology adoption and operational efficiency.
They also did 5G, they also did robotics, and of course, while they were doing that learnership, we also assisted them to be skilled in other 4R skills like the 3D printing, the virtual reality, Internet of Things. And I think we didn't mention our center is home automated, so it is practical for them to be exposed on those things.
You'll meet people, you'll meet different culture in the environment to learn about their working environment ethics.
So if I look back and to where I am today, I wouldn't have pictured myself here. I wouldn't have pictured myself being an HOD of a department. The internship has added so much value in my life because I have no idea how I would have gotten into where I am if it wasn't for the internship with SFM Academy.
I think in our country, especially in the financial state that our country is in, there's a lot of talent that is out there that just needs to be nurtured. But the students don't have the financial means to study, and that's where bursaries and internships really help, because they open up those doors and they also get an opportunity to prove themselves and to display their talent.
I've learned the importance of communication. I've learned the importance of teamwork. However, being in this environment has taught me a lot of things about working with other people. It's not only my success, but the success of a team.
To me, this learnership means that I have an advantage. I'm getting real work experience before I even get my qualification.
I think this internship was really important for me to actually put my foot in the door.
I'm very proud to be a product of MICT. It's impacted me in such a huge way.
I would like to say, especially to people living with disabilities, that there's always opportunities out there, and don't let your disability limit you.
Now that I have these qualifications of mobile repairing, I want to start up a business and teach the youth out there so that they can make something of their life.
So in the next coming 5 to 6 years, I see myself as someone who uplifts or who builds communities. I would like to see myself having centers like this one, as I believe I'm a teacher by heart.
I would like to thank MICT CETA for this opportunity, because now I will not be one of those unemployed people here in South Africa and be able to provide for my family in the near future.
I would like to express my deepest gratitude for the endless bursaries and your contribution to us young people. I truly appreciate the efforts, the funds, and the projects that we embark on with you.
Because now, I know from now on, in future, my life will be different because of this opportunity. I can support my family and be happy and live a better life.
So from the bottom of my heart, I thank you so much, MICT CETA. What you are doing doesn't go unnoticed. It goes a long way.
I would like to thank the people from MICT CETA because they started a great initiative in helping us getting these internships, in helping us making sure that we get all the knowledge that we needed, in providing us with the jobs that we needed so that we can be where we are today.
I would like to say to Mexita, thank you so much, guys. Ngiyabonga kakhulu from the bottom of my heart. Yeah, there's a lot that you guys enikushintshile lafini yami, and yeah, like I don't know, like bengizoba kephi in life. Okay,
I was able to learn a lot of things and benefit so much from this internship. And for that, I am truly, truly, truly grateful for this opportunity from MICT CETA and the SABC.
MICT CETA's commitment is reflected in the investment of over 1.6 billion rand in bursaries, learnerships, internships and skills programs, providing the foundation for our countless success stories. With funding for learning programs growing by an impressive 76% between the 2021-2022 and 2022-2023 financial years, MICT CETA's impact continues to expand. Together, we are building skills, building dreams, and transforming lives. The journey doesn't end here. With every learner we empower and every community we uplift, we are forging a brighter future for all. MICT CETA, building a capable, creative, and innovative developmental state by realizing its vision of advancing cutting-edge future skills. MICT CETA, shaping skills, pioneering industries, empowering futures.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think there will be more stories like that you can tell yourselves that are not in this clip. So we recognize that probably it's one thing that I think the CEO would be looking at carrying on with to ensure that we capture these stories, even from the deepest rural areas that we find. So because most of the time we do this work and we never actually talk about it and show people how we touch people's lives. And as a result, people think we are not doing work and we are just about money, but they do not see the stories that we create. And therefore, I think you should expect going forward that this probably is going to be something that we do from time to time. As I say, we must thank you because we know that you are having some good stories that are not featuring here. But with time, we could not have featured everybody at once. Otherwise, we would have stayed here the whole day watching all the good stories that you all can tell. So we really appreciate your contribution. This represents you as well, even if your own is not there on that clip. With that, ladies and gentlemen, this session is open, and I'll then hand over to the program director, Mr. Nene, to continue with the program. Thank you.
I didn't hear that. Another round of applause, please. Thank you, Chair, for being our vanguard. The CETA hasn't had it easy, but through having a vanguard like our chairperson of the board, the captain of the ship has managed to sail the seas so easily because everything has been prepared. We also appreciate your motivation, your motivating words, and we also appreciate the encouragement that you've given us, and also acknowledging the work of our stakeholders. Can we then clap hands for our own selves, guys? The MICT CETA wouldn't be showcasing such a video today if it wasn't for you, if it wasn't for the passion that you have for people. And we truly appreciate the dedication, the hard work you've put into it. It's not easy, but you've made it possible, and we appreciate you. Chair, we also do appreciate as management, you know, when you get acknowledged, it's a good thing. We get sick, it's traveling, it's too many things, it's meetings. And remember, as Chair has already said, we are highly regulated because we're using public funds. And therefore, it's not as easy as everybody sees from the outside. So the Chair was spot on, quite correct, and I'm glad that he managed to actually bring it up at this roadshow. Ladies and gentlemen, to prove that your work is very important, I just want to give you figures before I let my CEO come in. Every year, you would notice that in 2024, 705,291 learners passed matric. And not all of those learners went to university. Neither most of them went to TVET. But the TVET, you would notice that their full enrollment to capacity is 600,000 across the country. We're talking those doing first years up to those doing the last year. Meaning that, where does the rest of the students go? So ladies and gentlemen, we must know that you fill that gap. You transform lives. And we've just seen the testimony of that. And thanks to you, Chair. And now it's time for me to hand over to my CEO, Mr. Madibana, for the CEO overview. Thank you, sir.
Le ka no betha bedi ka gore ke hae mo le tla ba e se le senye ne a kere le ka se bethele Mr. Thobela more than me and la bua la bethela nene o futhia nna ke tswa mo e ka se kwale e bueng morning colleagues and stakeholders and Chair, thanks very much for that powerful delivery, but also for having led the CETA to what it has achieved year in, year out, collaboratively with the board of MICT CETA and the entire collective at management level, all the way to the lowest category of our employees, including our stakeholders. It's out of a collaboration, it's out of a collaborative effort that we've achieved all the things that we have achieved. I'll tell you, it has never been easy because our board always says we must run. So sometimes we say we must run, but the circumstances are such that we must actually fly instead of run. Because if we run, we will not be able to cover the entire country. I worked for one municipality here in Limpopo. I worked around for a number of organizations, Office of the Premier, Department of Justice, that's the regional office, led by Ms. Sonti. I worked for Limpopo Gambling Board. I worked for Molemole local municipality. It was a very small municipality with only 2 villages. We had more or less the same size of employees that MICT currently has, 140, 130, 30 something. But we're running that municipality with a budget of less than 400 million. Administration, including your capex. So I'll tell you that in order to survive at MICT and deliver optimally, you've got to triple the effort. And that's what employees of this organization are doing. I think they deserve a round of applause. And let me thank Mr. Nene. Mr. Nene is from the Eastern Cape. He's the regional manager responsible for Eastern Cape. He's been doing very well in program directing our sessions here and there. And thanks very much for that, Mr. Nene. Allow me to acknowledge the chair warmly. It's the chair of the board. I always say, some say, he's the board chairperson, but I prefer saying he's the chairperson of the board. If you listen to the rhythms, they're different. I think the one that carries the weight is the chairperson of the board more than the board chairperson. So as you move out of here, call it the chairperson of the board. See, that way it carries the necessary weight that it should carry. And let me acknowledge senior management, colleagues who are here, including those who might have connected virtually. Colleagues below senior level, there are some who are with us here who are below senior level, and stakeholders who connected online, our top-level paying companies, which we always wish they could be part of us, not connect online, but be on the ground and interact with some of you, so that you find ways of how you can, as we move forward, improve your businesses. You'd improve your business operations if you learn and get mentored by some of those who are at medium and top level pay. So we wish they could come to the ground and be part of some of you at SMME level. That way it would be getting better. And all our SMMEs present, I'm glad about the category that I see this. I still see a lot of young people being part of those who are the audience in this hall, which makes it better, because we need to ensure that we reduce unemployment by having as many young people participating in some of these initiatives as possible, and take advantage of becoming assessors and moderators. We are developing 4-hour qualifications. Those are some of the areas where we don't have enough assessors and moderators, and we can't lack when it comes to those, when so many young people are unemployed. Ms. Lisha Sin would articulate broadly what the requirements are to become some of those. These are some of the things that are within all the SETA spaces that young people must take advantage of, instead of just saying they're looking for jobs. And they can try and find opportunities amongst others as assessors and moderators, just beyond or by merely waiting for jobs that the country is finding difficulties in creating. So many years ago, when I still had the passion for books, and the exhaustion levels were not what they are now. I used to read books on trading stocks. I read books on entrepreneurship, on leadership. Not anymore, because we are forever caught up in quite a number of things and exhaustion levels. So I read one book by Warren Buffett, in which he said, the best thing you can do for yourself is just being exceptionally good at something. That's what he said in that book. Just be exceptionally good at something. That's what you call a skill. And it's what you are entrusted on behalf of MICT SETA to deliver. So this thing of a skill is what liberates our people. There's nothing else that you can give to another human being except knowledge, education, and a skill that will liberate them from the sketch of poverty, issues of just being hopeless. So if you think about it, that responsibility that you are charged with on behalf of MICT CETA, you just won't stop. You would make sure that you continuously empower yourself as far as you can with knowledge and continuous education, what we refer to as lifelong learning, so that as you are expected to empower others, you always ahead of the curve. We can't be complacent during this era that we are finding ourselves in. So we are liberators of the employed and the unemployed, our young people, by giving them the so-called a skill. It's part of what we call value creation in the country when we do that. So he said by far, that's the best investment that you can make to yourself. And I would say by far, that's the best investment we can make for the country, for a number of organizations, because of the transversal nature of technology. I might say it's a transversal sector. We produce graduates for almost every sector that you can think of, whether you talk banking, whether you talk agriculture, whether you talk insurance. The graduates that we produce can go to any sector of the economy. So the issue of just how to monetize, just how to commercialize that critical area called a skill, it's one area that as and when we articulate, as and when we transfer skill, we need to find a way of how to also touch on that. The issue of soft skills. Soft skills, whether you talk critical thinking, whether you talk problem solving, if we can try and put our phones on silent so that we don't get interrupted, those critical soft skills, your analytical thinking, it's things that we must also take care of and ensure that we gave them even the basics of starting up their own businesses, so that after completion, they don't fold their arms and say they are waiting for employment opportunities, but they can also create opportunities for others. If you have 25 learners, and out of the 25 learners, you scan and do proper analysis of these 25 upfront as to what really fascinates them and what their capabilities are, and produce at least 5 startups who are going to appoint at least 1 or 2 other young people. I can tell you that's how we'll make greater impact in the society in terms of reducing this continuously increasing rate of unemployment. When we do that, we are making the society better, because that way we'll grow our economy. So we need to analyze these things from that context. I guess that's how, and that's what makes China what it is. I'm sure you have noticed every third car that you come across, it's probably of Chinese make. Have you noticed that? What makes them, it's just one thing. And then with that one thing being a skill, there are other factors that they take care of. So skill is very, very fundamental. It's what makes China what it is. It's what makes China a differentiator. So they build products, and they are good at what they do. They ensure early exposure to young people. They ensure early exposure, even at the most primary level of education. They ensure that they expose these young people to some of these specialized skills that really talk to modern economy. And we've got to move towards that direction and say to ourselves, what are the things that we can emulate from a country like China, which maybe in 5 years' time could be the leading economic powerhouse, if not less than that. If you look at how they scale, how much they manufacture, how much they produce, and how much they innovate. So we've got to try and think of how can we do things better. But they're also very patriotic, the Chinese. And I believe, if you look at the pace at which they continue to innovate, it also comes out of sacrifices that they make for their country. It takes love for your country to be what China is looking like. And I would say, let's be more patriotic, because if we become more patriotic, some of the things that Chair talked about, where we have to even opt and resolve to terminate contracts, I don't think it's people who are really passionate about these programs that we are offering and these opportunities that we are offering as MICT SETA. I don't think it's people who are patriotic. If they are patriotic, they wouldn't do that. They would make sure that the opportunity that they've been given or afforded, somebody else didn't get it. I mean, if you look at or talk to the number of applications that we received for 25-26 financial year, you'll realize that a number of many other stakeholders didn't get a chance to get some allocations. But when you get and then fail to implement, it's very problematic because it's wasting our time as an organization. It's wasting our effort, and it's wasting even our limited resources, because now we must run after you to try and see as to how we then recover if there's some little bit of funds that have been paid to you for a particular tranche. But then it also affects learners, desperate learners who came looking for opportunities. Now that affects them. But it also affects our targets, So we would encourage our stakeholders, when you come through, just make sure that you do it right, and do it right all the way until the last leg where they graduate and have been properly exposed to the most appropriate workplace. And now, let me talk to this one. I believe we are better positioned as MICT stakeholders. We are better positioned to pull as many lives as we can out of poverty. And we must consider ourselves as highly privileged to be in the space that we are in because of the transformative nature of what we are offering to the society at large, and it fully rests in our hands to transform not only many lives but also many sectors due to, like I said, the transversal nature of technology. And we have that absolute power to transform many organizations. We have that absolute power to ensure that they become competitive and they experience what we call resilience, and consequently drive economic growth. Everything that we do is just to drive the growth of our economy so that we get to a point where we compete, is to ensure that there's efficiency and innovation. You look at where you are and you must ask yourself, whilst our core mandate is driving skills development, to say, if we were to advance to a point where we innovate, right? Where we innovate. Remember, when you innovate, you can develop simple or basic digital solutions, even for our spaza shops. When you get to a spaza shop, sometimes you go and want to buy a particular item. Let's say you're looking for 3 items, they'll tell you, we only left with 1. Left with 1. 1 instead of 3 that I'm looking for. Is because they are not automated. They are not digitized. If they are digitized, they wouldn't have problems of running out of particular items and having others that are not moving. It's through digitization that they would be efficient as businesses. So developing or training your learners to get to a point where they develop some of these basic tools, these basic solutions, so that you can even deploy or sell them as part of making money. You can sell some of these solutions to spaza shops because In every community, there's a spaza shop somewhere. But if you check, there's no system in place. In every community, in one form or another, that's what we call this palace, this funeral palace. If you go and check solutions that are being used in some of the funeral palace, they use some spreadsheet. Spreadsheet in this era, when you guys are there, it shouldn't be that way. You've got the power to change the economic landscape. You've got the power to change the business landscape by ensuring that you develop some of these solutions, take them into the market, and sell them. You go to taxi ranks. They need these solutions, and you have the power to develop some of these tools and take them into the market. So you've got so much power, and I don't think you're leveraging it enough to make as much money as you should. So think about skills development and think about as a pathway to creation of opportunities. The kind of graduates that you produce at the end of it all should be future fit, should really and truly respond to modern technology, should be able to do most of these things at ease with your support, with your mentorship. And I think we should try and move towards doing better. That power we have that power if we ensure that we empower ourselves continuously, learn beyond what we know, and use some of these tools called your internet, your YouTube, so that we get better. Get on TVs and see just some of the innovators beyond our borders, including locally. They are quite amazing stakeholders within MICT who are doing very, very well in the innovation space. We need to try and research some of those and see as to how they came about, how they got to where they are, and continuously learn so that things get better. So in my view, in this modern world, characterized by automation and AI, everyone must be as committed as a marathon runner almost, is to training. We must be as highly committed and determined as we possibly can, because this is really about leveling the playing field. It's really about finding that balance and ensuring that there's inclusivity as opposed to exclusion, so that the landscape from skills context is equalized. The rationale behind CETAs is to ensure that the landscape is to ensure that the playing field is leveled from skills context. So let's ensure that we do it right. Stakeholders, skills are an enabler. There's power in skills, and if we can have the majority actively partaking or taking part in the skills landscape, particularly digital skills, we'll be able as a country to actively participate and get the gains that are there in what we call digital economy. And the more, that way we'll have more innovators, we'll have more entrepreneurs and more startups and more creators, what we call digital creators, flooding the space. The issue of e-commerce is here, and it's here to stay. There are a number of people who are doing a lot in their respective communities, but not leveraging technology enough to get to market their products. How many of you have got websites for your companies? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You see, it's not even half of you. Now the question is, how do you get to market your entities? Because whilst you might leverage your social media platforms, but you need to have a website, an official website, as part of professionalizing your business. These are basic things that we ensure should be in place in your businesses. And they are easy to research because they're here. in the small gadgets that we always keep in our pockets called cell phones. So let's leverage technology, learn about the things that we don't know. And I always say, and I've heard other people saying it, the more you know, is the more you realize how little you know and how much you still know. You still have a long way to go. You realize as you seek knowledge, as you try and find out as to other things, you realize how little you know and how much you still have to know. And with these tools of AI, everything is there. Let's leverage them, let's take advantage and use them to our benefit because of the space that we are in. We must be leaders. We must almost be champions because we are the ones who should spread this knowledge to others in our respective communities. Did you know that the second largest wealth creating sector globally is technology? Second largest after manufacturing. Did you know that? Technology is the second largest wealth creator. So we are in the right space, but only if we continue empowering ourselves. The index says so. The World Global Index says after manufacturing, the second largest wealth creator is where you guys are. So it means we are the ones who really should grow our economy multiple times. So let's do our best. When we say wealth creator, it simply means that when you talk about the number of billionaires that have emerged in terms of that index, they emerged within those particular sectors. Number one was manufacturing. Number two was technology, where you are. So we need to make sure that technology transforms our economy. It's the biggest wealth creator after manufacturing. So we have to be more deliberate and more intentional about skilling for building. We must skill for building and just create these systems for modern economy in our respective communities. Like I said, if you think about it, your spaza shops, they are not automated. There's a gentleman called Strive Masihiwa, is from Zimbabwe, but he's a billionaire because of telecoms and IT. What he said was very profound about the systems that they have in their businesses. He said, even if somebody steals 5 cents from any of their business, they will know it in less than 5 minutes that somebody has lost. That's the power of technology. Right? He said within 5 minutes they'll be knowing that at a particular brand they operate in more than 30 countries. In less than 5 minutes they'll be knowing that somebody has stolen some money at a particular branch. So that's the power that lies in your hands. And let's leverage it, let's take advantage of it, and just create some of these systems so that we digitize the business environment to what it should be. And that's what, at the end of the day, or ultimately, will distinguish us from the rest of the world when we innovate and make innovation part of our culture. One of our stakeholders who is doing very well in technology, he always says we must make innovation part of our culture, we must make it a lifestyle. If we do that, the more we will benefit out of it. And I'll tell you, you're very lucky to be in this space. You're highly privileged to be in the space of technology. My colleague Buntle will talk to what we call change drivers in the sector, your cloud computing, your data science, artificial intelligence and others. She'll talk to that when she ascends the stage. I won't delve into a number of issues around integrated strategies that we deliberately adopted under the leadership of Ntate Thobela and leading the entire board. And there's a number of strategies that we adopted. He talked to rural development strategy. There are also others like integrated digital skills strategy and to a triple helix model of innovation as part of ensuring that we massify these digital skills to as many communities as possible. That's why we've been to one province after another, because we have conviction that there's no one that should be left behind when it comes to technology. We must embrace everybody, because not embracing everybody is actually saying to them, stay where you are, continue to be isolated, and continue to suffer. And we don't operate in that fashion as MICT. That's why Chair talked about the sharing and the splitting into small numbers when it comes to allocations, because we believe that each and every stakeholder in that respective community where they are based can make that necessary impact in skilling the young people that are based there. So it also shows our commitment as MICT SETA to the national system of innovation. And I won't talk to a number of solutions that we are currently developing beyond the integrated learner management system that Chair talked to, which is developed by Tshwane University of Technology. It shows our commitment to innovation. There are a number of other solutions that are currently under development by various universities across the country. Your career hub, your intranet, and file plan, your e-recruitment, and a number of others. And I won't get into that in the interest of time. The DG window, discretionary grant window for 25-26 financial year, I'll tell you for free and openly that our budget was less than $1 billion for 25-26 financial year, but we received applications amounting to more than 41 billion. Should I say it again? Or equally, so that it sinks in. And when you are not allocated, Oscar Thobela, le Madibana, le senior management, le isolate. We can't just decide to isolate you. It's because the budget and the targets can only accommodate up to this much. It's a reality. The reality of scarce resources, just like at home. It's impossible. It's always impossible to be able to have everything that you want. So even with discretionary grants, like I'm saying, 25-26, budget of less than $1 billion, 960 or so million rands, but we received applications amounting in rands and cents to more than 41 billion rands. I never thought that would experience that in the course of our stay at MICT, but that's what we experienced. Now you ask yourself, as we move forward, what will be the situation? And the demand for technology, the demand for digital skills continue to increase, because as you have AI and other companies retrenching employees, it says MICT SETA and other SETAs must intervene to retrain some of those employees so that they are not displaced. So the demand will continue to rise. And we apply for additional funding with your National Skills Fund, your UIF, and just continue to pray and hope that they will consider our proposals and give us the necessary funding so that we cover as many young people countrywide as we possibly can. I want to talk to the issue of those contravening our SLA's talk. Chair talked to it. I also touched on it. It remains unacceptable. Let's ensure that we do it right. If you have been accommodated, the biggest crime you can commit, the biggest sin, is to fail to comply with the service level agreement. That's, in fact, is the worst thing you can do if you do that. If you look at how many people have been compromised in the process, the targets of the organization, so much that will fail, because we have got now to re-advertise. And when we re-advertise, we've got to get someone to do what we call a program takeover. But we're running after a whole lot of things, not only targets, but quality, because we've got to monitor and evaluate what is happening on the site. So let's do it right, and do it right all the time, ladies and gentlemen, and make this country, we've got a very beautiful country. South Africa is one of the best countries to be in. Of course, Limpopo is the most peaceful province. We are the most peaceful province in the country. Again? Oh, you're not giving me assurance. Are we? Yes, we are. Limpopo is the most. Yes, I So Limpopo is the most peaceful province in the country, and let's keep maintaining peace as part of being patriotic and loving our country, and do the work so that things get better. The achievements that we talk about when we say Chair talked to 94% achievements against targets, clean audits, 3 clean audits ever since this board led by Chair took over in 2020, 3 clean audits. 1 unqualified with findings in the space where we are collaborating. And that shows that we keep doing it right. And we depend on you to get these clean audits when you submit accurate information about what is happening on the site. Because I can rest assure you, we'll never get to a point as MICT SETA with less than 130 employees. 130 employees, including regional office, KwaZulu-Natal, East London, Cape Town. We'll never get to a point where we have someone seeing what is happening in each and every site. It's impossible. It will never happen practically. So we continue to have that challenge, and it should be in our hearts to just do it right, ladies and gentlemen, so that the performance information that we report, that gets audited not only by Auditor General as the external audit, but also internal audit, is as accurate and free from errors as possible. At all material times. So reporting timeously, as and when learners exit, it's very important. Chair talked about the recruitment. The recruitment is just as fundamental as anything you can think of. So let's ensure we could recruit right and not have too many dropouts. And in that way, we'll be getting it right, we'll be doing much better. I'm going to leave it right here in the interest of time. We can talk for the whole day. And I'm going to allow colleagues to take it further to share various critical components that really relate well and more with what you do on a daily basis. And let us continue learning and be that ideal, capable, ethical, developmental state. That way, we'll be taking this country of ours all the way up. Less complacency. We can't be complacent. Not now, not ever. We are facing an era where if people are not skilled enough when it comes to technology, they will be displaced. They will be frustrated. We can't have people frustrated. Not now, not ever. It's in our hands. Let's ensure that we work it out. Lifelong learning should be part of our life. Should be part of our DNA. To just say, I can't sleep without having learned something today within the space that you're finding yourself in. I wish you a progressive and empowering engagement session. Many thanks for being part of the MICT CETA journey and experience. We will always love you. We care about you. So thanks very much. Have a lovely session.
Yeah, you can tell people from the Eastern Cape their height. You can tell. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for the CEO. CEO, thanks a lot for those lovely words. You indeed shared from your heart how you would love the partners, to move on, doing work without in delivering on our mandate. You also gave us some tips to say, if we do not sacrifice, it also has to go with sacrifice. So we need to sacrifice the time, the energy, and please, most importantly, train our young ones to innovate. He made examples of China. He said, look, let's look around in the world. He gave us some tips to also say, have you seen at the salon, I think the ladies would know this. You would go and wait. They are still busy with somebody doing hair, And shame, there would be queues and people would be waiting, even doctors' appointments. So why don't we just teach our learners to come up with these apps and approach a few doctors so that you get closer to the doctor when he's closer to your appointment, and you can tell if he's, lagging behind. So those little things will really assist us. Of course, let's do it right. It helps us to achieve our targets, and we are very grateful for the efforts that you've put into the work, and the partnership that we enjoy with you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to take much time, and thanks to you, we are almost aligned with our program in terms of time. I'm going now, we are almost aligned. Yeah, thank you. We have Sisbunhle Mukwena, who will be doing the SP overview. She is going to take us through the submission period, what's expected, the OFO codes, mandatory grants, SETA incomes, and the levy that we get from you, and SSP findings. And she also runs some studies, those research studies she runs, she will share with us on areas where we can focus. Ladies and gentlemen, I will then hand over to Ms. Mukwena. Please come over.
Thank you, Program Director, Mr. Nene. Good morning to the Chair of the Board, to the CEO, and all the stakeholders at large, Tobela, Ralocha, Avsheni, Khozo, and My name is Bontle Mukwena. My name is Bontle Mukwena. I'm the Senior Manager Sector Skills Planning at MICT CETA. I'm here today to take you through the work that we've done in the past year and the work that we are planning for in the new financial year. We work in the Research and Strategy and Planning Office, so we do the documents for the CETA so that we align our training interventions with what is needed in the sector. So as part of the research, I won't go through that outline, but maybe briefly, we'll touch on the WSP ATR processes. You may know that we did WSP ATR workshops or SDF capacity workshops in February. We had a session with Limpopo, which was online. I'll briefly touch on mandatory grants, the OFO, as you use it to compile your WSP ATR, and also the research that is coming through from the Sector Skills Plan document, which you might be aware of. It's also on the website. And also just indicate the priorities that we'll be focusing on in the next financial year. So So in terms of the WSP ATR overview, we did this during the SDF capacity building sessions, but just to remind you that the WSP ATRs are due at the end of April 2025. If you require an extension, you need to do it in writing and you need to submit supporting documents for the request for an extension. It must be valid request, meaning that the supporting documents that you want to send to us must be solid enough for us to consider a request. I don't approve the extension as the board of the CETA and the chairperson who will approve. I will make the submission and make the recommendation, but the decision ultimately is not mine. As you know, you need to make about 500K and above to qualify to claim your 20% back, which is the mandatory grant. In terms of the update for the 2024 process, so those WSP ATRs that we submitted in 2024, there is still outstanding information from some of the employers. There is still supporting documents that are not in line with our requirements. We have sent out letters, we have sent out emails. If you're in this room and a WSP ATR has not been approved yet, maybe you're wondering why. It's possibly because you have outstanding information on the system. We don't have a punitive approach in terms of how we process our WSP ATRs. If it was in other CETAs, by the end of August, they actually cut off any follow-ups and they focus on the payments that will happen from September. So we have been carrying this process since May, asking for supporting documents. So should you not submit the supporting documents at the end of March, basically by Monday, 31st of March, you will forfeit your 20% that you were claiming when you did the application for the WSP ATRs. And there may be those, okay, all of us employers who submitted the WSP ATR at the end of April and they were successful, they got letters of approval. You would have received only one payment so far, one tranche payment. There are other tranche payments that are behind because of a system glitch at DHET that we do not have control over. Unfortunately, as you know, the requirement for you to get your monetary grant paid is that your levy payments must always be in order. So without that file coming through from SARS and DHET and to us, we cannot ascertain if your levy payments are up to date or your EMP 201s are up to date. So there hasn't been any payments so far. I think once the system issues are sorted out, then you will get paid any outstanding tranche payments that are due to you. So that's just an overview. As Mr. Nene indicated, I'm just reporting back as we plan for the next financial year, just to take you through in terms of what happened in this financial year, which is almost at the end. So if you see for the 2024 WSP ATR submission period, we received the highest submissions at 1,950. It's also attributed to the introduction of the new learner management system. We believe also because of its user-friendliness and easy to work with, we have also encouraged most stakeholders to also complete their WSP ATRs. In terms of the overview of submissions across the country, Limpopo accounted to only 23 of these applications, which is quite small, as we have indicated that Gauteng, Western Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal are the biggest provinces. And this is also due to the location of companies, the structure of the economy. So most of the activities will absolutely also happen in Gauteng and the other two provinces. But it's also interesting that in the room we have a lot of people, but we had only 23 WSP ATRs. So that's just to give you feedback in terms of the submissions for Limpopo. And I'll quickly touch on the OFO. Most of you will be aware of the organizing framework for occupations, which has adopted from New Zealand and Australia. This is the framework that the South African government adopted to group occupations rather than grouping jobs, but we're grouping occupations that are linked to jobs, meaning that we could have different job titles, but we group to one occupation. because the job and the occupation are not the same. A job is a set of tasks, and occupation is a group of similar jobs and similar tasks. As we also know that companies use different job titles, but if you actually had to look at the duties that that person does with the other person with a different job title, it will be the same. So the occupation will group those jobs. So that's why we are using the OFO. It also allows us to do workforce planning. With this information, we are able to understand the sector, understand what skills, what level of qualifications the people who are in those occupations have, what is their qualifications, their geography, etc. So that's also part of workforce planning, and also understanding the skills needs that we have for the MICT SETA subsectors. That is the structure of the OFO. It's structured into 8 occupational categories, with the highest being the managers, professionals, technicians, and associate professionals, and the lowest being the elementary occupations. This is at NQF level 2 to 3. And within that structure, we have different categories of groups. We have major group, sub-major group, minor groups, and unit groups, and the occupation itself. So if you've used the OFO before, it's an Excel document that explains all the different sub-major groups and unit groups there to allow you to understand where you should be putting your employees under which occupations. So I'm just going to run through the mandatory grant. As you know, that the SETA is funded through the levy, skills development levy, that SARS will collect 1% of it every month on behalf of government and on behalf of the SETAs. That money will come back to the SETA through SARS, DHET, some of it goes to the NSF, and ultimately some is left for the SETA. This is just to show you in terms of the disbursements that we've done, meaning the mandatory grant payments that we've done. This is the 20% that you have claimed, and when we have approved the WSP-ATR in 2022-23, it was at 188 million that we paid back, or the 20% that we've paid back of those that have claimed it back. In 2023-24, there's been an increase of 10%, with about 207 million disbursements done, which is a 72% payout rate. As I have in payout ratio, as I've indicated now, because of the outstanding documentation that we often face. Even last year we had the same issue. Our payment ratio will never be 100% because there are those companies who initiate the WSP-ATR application and submit it. However, they don't conclude it as they still have outstanding documentation. This is just to share with you, as we have indicated, that the SETA is funded through the levy system, and this is what has been collected over the last 5 years. So this is the last year of the strategy, so we're just giving you a 5-year comparison so you can see what we had at the beginning of the 5 years to where we are and the growth, because this is where employers actually contribute and support the SETA. So currently we're sitting at over 1 billion and 100 levy income, that is for 2023 that we have collected. For 2024-25, those stats will come through once the external audit with the AG is done, so meaning that that's what we'll be reporting in the next stakeholder engagement. In terms of the SSP, I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with the Sector Skills Plan document. But this document, we take it as the foundation of the SETA. This is the strategy and research document. This is the document that allows us to understand what's going on in the sector in terms of profiling the 5 subsectors of MICT SETA. I believe if you're here, you belong to one of our 6 codes, which will belong to any of the 5 subsectors in the MICT SETA. So the SSP allows us to profile the MICT sector. So that means understanding the employers within the 5 subsectors, the employees, their geographic location, their age, their skills needs, their skills gaps, etc., which I'll go through. So it's a research process that we go through every year in terms of that process. The SSP document is ultimately approved by the board of the SETA. So as part of that process, we also engage stakeholders. We do have interviews And your WSP ATR, or the Annexure 2, we regard it as well as the employer survey. So those questions and what you submit to us as part of the WSP ATR is actually a sample. It's a sample that will represent the entire sector. We are able to generalize the findings from that sample and allow us to determine the training interventions that we need to prioritize for any new financial year that we'll be working towards. So that's the purpose of the research. We do literature reviews, we do field research, we do focus groups. We also do comparative analysis with what's going on internationally. We also do focus groups with the groups of employers. We normally group those according to subsectors. We do individual follow-up interviews. We also have professional bodies in the sector that we share the document with. They will peer review it and give us their feedback to indicate if is the SSP aligned towards currently going on in South Africa, also internationally, and if we are lagging behind anywhere, we must be able to catch up. We're also able to allow us to find those future skills that we may not have yet, or the emerging skills or emerging occupations. So this is the structure of the sector skills plan. We have about 6 chapters. The sector profile, that's the workforce planning. That's where we profile the sector in understanding who we are planning for in terms of our learning interventions. So the learnerships that you're implementing, skills programs, internships, TVET placements are as a result of this research that we do. But part of doing that is also understanding who's in the sector. Chapter 2, key skills, change drivers. So we have a chapter that's talking to change drivers, key skills change drivers. So a key skill change driver is a driver of change that is affecting the sector positively or negatively from a skills perspective. So if you read that chapter, we actually delve into the different change drivers. For the last 4 years, technology has been a change driver, with 4IR technologies being the biggest change drivers in our MICT sector. Then we have chapter 3, which is talking to occupational opportunities and skills gaps. This is a chapter that analyzes the skills demand and supply in the sector. So basically understanding what employers are requiring, or what the labor market is requiring or needed in terms of the demand of skills that employers are looking for. We also do the analysis of the supply side against the demand. If employers are demanding X, is the supply side ready to supply the X that employers are actually looking for? We normally find that the demand is always higher than the supply, meaning that there's always skills shortages here and there from that research. And part of that we don't have, sometimes we don't have skills readily available from those that are already in employment, or we don't have graduates who have the required skills, occupations, or emerging skills that are needed who are coming through university. So we call that the supply side of skills. So that also helps us with our bursary applications in terms of understanding where is the need for bursaries, and we allocate that money based also on that analysis. So there must always be equilibrium between skills demand and supply, but unfortunately the demand is always higher than what is supplied, also because of new emerging skills and future skills that we are identifying since the last 4 years because of the emergence of technology. There are many skills that we may not necessarily have, as you will see under the key change drivers. And then we have chapter 4, where we talk about strategic partnerships. We have a chapter of M&E. In that chapter, I'll just go through the tracer studies that we do as a CETA. So we do tracer studies, every cohort of learners that did MICT CETA learning interventions in a particular financial year. So we trace all the learners in different learning interventions. We normally trace them a year or 2 after the training has been completed. We want to find out how far did they go after they're completing the MICT CETA program. Were they able to find employment? Did they go back to school? Are they unemployed? Did they start a business? Do they believe that the employment that they managed to get, was it as a result of an MICT CETA learning program? During their time when they were doing the MICT CETA program, were they placed in the workplace in line with the qualification? So meaning the occupation that they were placed in, was it in line with the background in terms of studies, the qualifications that they had, because we also find that that can frustrate learners in terms of not being able to be placed in the areas of their studies. But however, we've seen that stats also improve. So I'll touch on that when I come to that slide, where I'll just briefly give you the summary of the tracer study of the cohort that we traced in 2024, and then that will be the concluding chapter in terms of skills priority actions. So that is chapter 1 of the SSP. This is just as a glance or a screenshot of various elements that we look for or that are important for us in the sector profile, or what the sector profile in fact profiles in terms of the workforce, in understanding the workforce better. So there we're profiling the MICT sector employers and levy payers. So the MICT sector has a lot of small and medium enterprises, as you see. So if we had to look at all the employers in the MICT sector, which is small, medium, and large, regardless if they're paying levies or not, you'll see there's quite a high number there. If we focus on 2024, it was about 31,839. Then from that amount, if we had to look at those that are actually paying the skills development levy every month, you see that number drops. Only about 8,069 employers are able to reach the 500,000 threshold and contribute to the skills development levy. So that is how our sector is structured in terms of a lot of companies are small and medium, and we believe that these are also companies that need a lot of support to be able to be sustainable. These are the companies who will also suffer should the economy be slow, there'll be no growth in the economy. These are the companies who will most likely be the first to close doors or retrench. So that is how, in terms of employers, in terms of levy and non-levy payers, that's how it's structured. Those that are paying levies are mostly large employers. They are the biggest contributors to the MICT sector levies and the medium enterprises. So if we had to look at sector distribution or subsector, we have 5 subsectors, as I have indicated. We have information technology, which is our biggest subsector. Most of our employees are there. Most of the employers are actually situated there. We have telecommunications at 21%. We have electronics at 17%. We have film and media. We have advertising. If you had to look through our SSP, you'll see that information technology at 44% has shrunk a bit, and the other 3 subsectors have actually grown in the last financial year. And then we have employers by province. So this is outlining where most of our employers are based. As we have indicated, most of the employers are based in Gauteng, 44% of them, KwaZulu-Natal 24%, Western Cape coming second at 28%, and the other provinces are quite small at just 1% or below. That's the labor market profile continued. There is employment in the MICT sector. So these are the number of employees in the sector. So these are the 5 subsectors. We have over 300,000 employees in 2024 in the subsectors. As you've seen, there's been a growth compared to 2023. So here we're profiling employees by subsector. As we indicated, information technology is the largest employer. It's also where most of the employees are employed, as you can see there, and that is also followed by telecommunications, followed by electronics, film and electronic media, and advertising. So information technology continues to grow, followed by telecommunications. If I had to go to the next slide, which is demography. So here we're also profiling the sector in terms of employee race, gender, and age. So that's also trying to understand the type of sector that we're planning for. If you remember, one of the mandates of the SETA is also to continue transformation, meaning that allow access to those that have been previously disadvantaged, allow access for them to gain employment or to gain access into employment that they would not necessarily be able to do on their own. So these learning interventions are actually allowing those that could not do it on their own to have access and a foot in the door, so that once they completed their studies, they are able to find employment or have a better chance of securing employment as they would have acquired the skills. So in terms of the distribution by race, that is the national picture. I'll have one for Limpopo. In terms of African, 50% nationally contribute to the sector or are in the sector. And we have whites that account for 28%, coloreds 13%, and Indian at 10%. If you look at the gender distribution, it's a balanced one at 50-50, more or less rounding up, but yeah, it's 50% male and 50% females. If we had to look at employee distribution by age group, it is a young workforce, very few people over the age of 55 years. Those that are between 35 and 55 years account for 49%, and those that are less than 35 for the youth account for 45% in the sector. So it's a very young workforce with longevity and should be able to acquire even more skills in the future. So if we had to take that slide now, we just zoom in into Limpopo in terms of demography, race, gender, and age profile. You see there's a huge difference now. So in Limpopo, about 83% are Africans in our 5 subsectors, and that is followed by whites at 14%, coloreds 2%, and 1% are Indian. If you look at the employee gender distribution, 63% of the employees in Limpopo are males, with 33% being females. So there is a gender gap in Limpopo. Then if we have to go to the employee distribution by age group, as you can see, those that are less than 35 years account for 42%. Those are between 35 and 55 account for 50%. And those that are more than 55, about 80%. Still a young workforce. If we go to the disability profile, so employees with disabilities nationally on your left, Africans account for 64% of those that are considered disabled, 21% for whites, colored 10%, Indian 5%. If you look into the stats for Limpopo in terms of employees with disabilities, we see Africans accounting for 72% of that number. And then that is followed by whites at 14% and coloreds. We don't have any data on Indians in the sector so far. So this is the OFO, this is the occupational segmentation. What is important about this picture is because if you understand the structure of the OFO, you also understand that the OFO is linked to skills level and education level or qualification level. So those people who are sitting at the top 3, which is managers, professionals, technicians, and associate professionals, these are people who have a minimum of a degree and above, or some NQF level 6 and above. So these are highly skilled. If you look at professionals, these are people who have above level 8 qualifications. So the sector is highly skilled. If you had to look at the top 3, I could include even the top 4, but the education level is not the same, so I'll stick to the top 3. So these 3 top categories also account for the majority of employees in the sector. So we know that this is a highly skilled workforce. So if you are training for those that are employed, obviously the plan is also to make sure that those that belong below those levels, those top 3 levels, you're able to train in such a way that they're able to climb higher on the OFO as part of articulation and also as part of having access to a better job and to better job opportunities as well. So if you look at the bottom there, elementary occupations, plant and machine operators, assembler, skilled agricultural workers. Let's say the last 2, that's where we don't want a lot of employees there. So this is the national picture. Let's see what it looks like for Limpopo. So if you had to look for the data in Limpopo, It's similar as well to the previous one. It's just that it is vice versa. The top categories are at the bottom, so most of the employers in Limpopo belong to that top 3, so which is in line with the national picture. We suspect also these are within the ICT, electronics, and telecommunication subsectors. And then if we had to look at the top, which is occupational group 8, elementary occupations, so that's where we have quite a number there of people in that category. I think this is the highest we've seen. Also in category 6, skilled agricultural, forestry, fishery. So these are the jobs that are at the NQF levels that are quite low in that sense. So this is where we like to move people out of those categories in terms of training interventions that are meant for those that are in AET, or what we used to call a BET. But we know that most of the employees who belong in those categories are normally those that are towards retirement, as we've observed the stats over the years. So we're going to chapter 2. We'll be profiling the key skills issues. So I have explained what a change driver is. So here we're profiling change drivers in the sector. Technology has been the main change driver in the last 4 years, with 4IR technologies being the main change drivers. As you know, we have an 4IR office at the MICT CETA with a senior manager who will have opportunity to take you through. I'm just taking you through in terms of the research. She'll take you through in terms of the implementation. As you'll see there, artificial intelligence is our highest change driver at 54%. So this is the information we're getting from you as employers. We're getting from the literature. We're also getting from the interviews that this is what's driving change in the sector. In fact, this is what's driving change in the economy. I could also say that because AI will be needed in any job. It doesn't mean that it will replace someone, but it might help you do your job better if you work with it. And if you know that if you go on social media, on TikTok, there's always some advert on some AI tools that you could learn for the future. So that has been the biggest change driver for us, and followed by the Internet of Things, automation, big data, cloud computing, digital transformation and inclusion and innovation, cybersecurity, and 5G. So all those interventions there that are on that pie, our 4IR division has done some work around that, and they will share that with you. I'm going to go to skills demand and supply. So this is where we say that we're profiling the demand of skills versus the supply of skills in the MICT sector in relation to the labor market. So there is a process that we follow in terms of analyzing our WSP ATRs. We do rely on them, as I've said. We consider them as the survey, this the employer survey that allows us to understand what are the skills that have been identified as skill shortages or demanded. Also, we've asked you questions in the WSP. What are those occupations that are hard to fill? Those vacancies that have taken 6 months for you to complete? What skills gaps do you think you have within your organization? You would have listed them. So that also informs how we plan for the next DG window. So what we find from this chapter informs what you see in the DG advert in terms of the different occupations or focus areas that the CETA will fund. So it's basically based on this information in the sector skills plan. So in terms of the sectoral occupational demands, so this is what's demanded. So I'll just run through the top occupations within each subsector. So for advertising, I have multimedia specialist, multimedia designer, advertising specialist, digital artist, and marketing practitioner. If I have to go to the film and electronic media, how to fill vacancies, director, camera operator, media producer, sound technician, digital artist, journalist, and editor. The ICT, which we normally combine with electronics. We have software developer, computer network and systems engineer, ICT systems analyst, computer network technician, ICT security specialist, developer programmer, data scientist, telecommunications technical officer or technologist, ICT sales representative, electronics engineer. The ICT sales representative is special there because employers in the sector indicated that in this case there's a need for technical skills in understanding ICT systems. So not anyone can be a salesperson to sell to you specialized technology within the sector if they don't have the technical knowledge and understanding. And then we have what we call the sectoral priority list. So that was just for the subsectors. We combine a top 10 list that we submit to DHEAD. So this list also we shared with the Home Affairs Department. They have their own methodology of compiling the list in terms of those that can be offered for work visas. It doesn't mean that everything on this list we don't have in South Africa, but this is as per indicated as well through the WSP ATRs. DHEAD and Home Affairs will also interrogate this data further to make sure that what is listed on that list is actually what the skills needs in the MICT sectors. But if you've had access to the list from Home Affairs, I think the one they released 2 years ago, I think about 40%, if not 45% of those occupations belong to the MICT sector. Most of them were technology driven in terms of those hard to fill vacancies that Home Affairs will consider issuing visas for. Also, it was in line with the demand for technology skills at the time that were appearing as emerging skills. So that is the list. That is the top 10 list. And then in terms of skills gaps, so we also ask about skills gaps. We used to call them top-up skills in the past. It's management skills, certified skills, as indicated, AZO, Cisco, financial management skills, communication skills, sales skills or technical skills in sales, project management skills, business management skills, leadership skills, and problem-solving skills. If we go to the supply side there, with the extent of supply, so we are profiling the extent of supply that goes through us, through our pipeline as the SETA. So these are those learners that have gone through MICT SETA programs. We have profile learnerships and skills programs because these are the learning interventions that have the highest uptake for the last 5 years, as you would see there. We have for between 2019-20 and we have 2023-24. I suppose in 2019-20 it was at the peak because that was pre-COVID, and we've seen a decline after that. As the sector recovers, this is where we are for 2023-24. Also, just to say that picture won't go high as quick as we want as such, because the SETA has also increased the learner stipend in the last 2 years. So obviously that affects the number of learners that we can take through, as some of that budget goes to the increase in learner stipends. Then if I have to go to the next one, learner enrollments and completions, that's the picture in terms of those that were able to enroll and complete. So this includes all other learning interventions. It's not only on learnerships and skills programs. So if you see for 2023-24, those in blue are those that were enrolled, and those that are in gray are those that completed. That works out to a 72% completion rate. So this is a summary of the last 5 years, just to show you in terms of the learning programs that the SETA implements and what has been the success in terms of these. So there we're profiling 2020-21 to 2023-24. This is based on the available data as audited. So for 2024 stats, we don't have up until the audit is final. So we're profiling the unemployed learners enrolled in learning programs. So if you see there, the majority of enrollments are taking place in learnerships, 41%, skills programs with 13%. Most of these enrollments are taking place in Gauteng with 38%, followed by KwaZulu-Natal, and with the lowest in the Northern Cape. The least enrolled programs are university placements and 5%, and bursaries at 4%. In the same financial period, we are profiling those that are unemployed but who are completing learning programs. So we're profiling where these completions are taking place. And so majority of completions are taking place within learnerships at 38%, skills programs at 19%. These are taking place in Gauteng at 36%, KwaZulu-Natal 12%, Northern Cape at 3%. Least completed are bursaries and candidacy at 4%. For the same period, 2020, 21, 2023, 24, we're profiling employed learners that are enrolled in learning programs. The majority of enrollments took place under skills programs at 30%, federations 25%, these are labor unions. And then these enrollments took place in Gauteng, 53% within this category were in Gauteng. Free State at 12%, Northwest 1%. Least enrolled were in TVET Managers Development Programs, and learnerships at 2%. So this is for those that are employed, so it makes sense that learnerships will be the least enrolled, as those, most of them are already in employment. So in terms of employed learners who complete learning programs, the majority of completions took place under skills programs at 72% for the period, which also makes sense because these are already in employment. RPL 10%, I think that's a good stats, as we are mandated to actually encourage RPL for those workers who might not have the qualification but have the knowledge, experience, and skills to be RPL'd. Those completions took place in Gauteng at 49%, followed by KwaZulu-Natal 13%. Least completed is AET at 3% and bursary at 8%. I'm not going to dwell too much on SETA partnerships. I think Ms. Emma will touch on that as part of the presentation, as it touches on also most of the work that she does. I'm just going to jump to the tracer study. So in the sector skills plan, we have a chapter on M&E. So in that chapter, what we do is we do a tracer study on learners that have been part of an MICT SETA program. So we trace the learners per cohort per financial year. So it's a whole number of learners who've gone through that. So in this last study, the cohort that was traced, I believe it was for 2020-21. I may stand to be corrected, but I believe so. So normally that tracing will happen a year or two after the program has been completed. So we are not tracing learners that immediately complete the program. We allow them to go out there in the labor market and try to find a job or try to settle in the job if they found a job. Once we come back, we are able to assess how far they have gone since they have completed an MICT SETA program. As you know, the work that we do as SETAs, there is no actual return on investment in terms of rents, but it's a social investment that we do as part of the mandate of government. So part of us understanding the impact of the work that we do is actually to go back and trace the beneficiaries that have done these programs and see how far they have gone. As you've seen in that video, is also part of tracing and getting the stories of understanding what happens to the learners once they've done the MICT SETA programs. So in terms of understanding, 93% of learners were unemployed before the program. And then if we had to go do a comparison, so what we've done there is do a comparison of the 2023 tracer study with the 2024 tracer study. The cohorts will not be the same, but we are comparing the impact and the outcomes in terms of understanding against the key success factors that we look for. So one of the key success factors that we look for is for learners to successfully be able to find employment, for learners to be able to move up in the workplace, for learners to be able to get better paying jobs, for learners to be able to have access to further training and qualification in terms of studying further, etc., and for learners to be able to have a better life and be able to support their families. So in 2023, 72% of learners were unemployed after they completed the MICT SETA program. So the employment rate was quite low. If you compare that to 2024, 49% of learners were unemployed, meaning 51% of them managed to find employment. It took average 7 months for these learners to get employment if they didn't get employment immediately. The learners found employment in the different sectors of the economy, with majority of them being in the MICT sector. sectors: media, advertising, ICT, and that is spread across in terms of retail, wholesale, culture and arts, etc., etc. So the learners are able to also find employment in other subsectors. Then we asked them, do you believe that you were employed as a result of an MICT CETA learning program? In the 2023 study, only 27% said yes. In 2024, 64% said a resounding yes. And then we asked them, how many do you think a percentage of those who were promoted since completing the learning program? 20% in 2023. 28% in 2024, that's an 8% increase. We also asked, we did the survey on the salaries that they're earning, those that have been able to find employment, and compare that to 2023 cohort. The average salary for the cohort that was traced in 2023 was about 7,200. If we had to compare with the cohort in 2024, the average salary was about 11,737. And then if we had to look at dependents per learners, we know behind any stipend there are dependents. So learners will always carry dependents. These could be families based on where they come from and the background. Most of them also migrate to larger cities to be able to have access to these learning interventions. If I go to the next one, which is the last slide on the tracer study, we also asked them where are learners employed and where they're operating businesses and how many of them are employed and self-employed. And those that are operating in the formal economy were 94%, informal 6%. Then those that are self-employed in the formal economy, 60%, and those that are in the informal economy who are self-employed is 38%. We asked them in terms of the job that you have secured, what benefits have you been able to secure as part of your job that you would not necessarily have had access to in the past. So they quoted having employment benefits like UIF, medical aid, travel allowance, food allowance, pension or provident fund. We believe that, as you can see, the learners' lives have been enriched and there has been movement in terms of what they have been achieved once they were able to secure employment. We also asked them those businesses that they started, on average they will employ 3 employees with less than 5K turnover. We also asked them, your qualifications match to the occupation in terms of the occupation that you're in. Does it match with the qualification? There was no match for 20% of them. 23% there was a partial match. A resounding 58% said there was a match between the qualification and the occupation or the job that they are in. The completion rate, as you would see for the cohort that was traced in 2023, there was an 11% dropout rate with an 89% completion rate or pass rate. And for the 2024 cohort, there was an 8% dropout rate, which this has been reduced by 3%. And I think that's the hard work from the service providers and the CETA as well on both sides. And a 92% completion rate. We've noted that mostly even when we interview these learners, dropouts, when they decide to leave the learning programs, most of the time is the delay in the payment of the stipend. Once the stipend takes long to be paid, some learners can go for more than 2 months without a stipend with the employer indicating that they will pay. Ultimately, the learner will drop off and go find something else because of that frustration. So the CETA has also come into play by increasing the stipend of these learners in the last 2 years. So we've seen that has also had an impact in terms of the completion rate. Also the penalties that are placed on those employers that do not pay the stipends on time. So we also asked them in terms of those that are studying, 65% they were not studying, 12% they were studying full-time, so those that could not find employment. And then those that are studying part-time, was 23% of them. So that is the tracer study, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to move just briefly in terms of the strategic priorities, actions of the CETA. As you know, we have a new government of national unity with the statement of intent and the introduction of the medium-term development plan. So as a CETA, that's where we get our mandate. We get the mandate from the National Development Plan. from the presidency through the Department of Higher Education and Training. So the work that we do is based on those pillars that we need to continue the development agenda of the government. We also need to support the agenda of the post-school education and training sector, which is DHET, and we also need to align ourselves to all other priorities in the country that are working towards reducing poverty, creating employment, being inclusive, creating jobs, and building a capable state. So in terms of those priorities, what we are trying to depict there is just to show you that MICT SETA is operating within the mandate and the legislation that it needs to operate within. Our MICT SETA outcomes are aligned to the MTDP priorities and the GNU priorities as outlined in that slide. Thank you so much.
Let's give you another round of applause. Thanks a lot. That was quite comprehensive and intensive. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that you've been sitting for a long time. I don't mind if maybe you can just stand up and just stretch your body. You know, take your left fist and do it like this. With your right one, stand up, please. You can only feel the difference if you stand up. It does make a difference. It does. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks a lot. I appreciate your patience, and this is the moment to actually tell if we have been an active listening audience. Because now the next item on the agenda is engagement sessions. So let's engage a bit. It's just going to be 15 minutes. I'll just request for your patience. We're going to break for tea now, and which would just be like 15 minutes. So if you don't mind, let's remain this 15 minutes, and whilst it's fresh on our minds, let's then engage this time around. I'm not sure if there's anyone who has an objecting view. No objections, eh? Great. Thanks a lot, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I'm opening the floor for engagements. If there are any questions, I'll take 3 questions at a time. Or comments. Yeah, if it's a question or a comment. Remember, it doesn't have to be just question or comment. We could also just celebrate and say this is a beautiful thing. So we also want those. Let me just take my pen and paper, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, everyone, colleagues and my SETA delegates. We thank you so much for visiting our beautiful, peaceful land of Limpopo province. So I have few questions. My first question will go to Memukwena. Memukwena, I'd like to ask you a question there. What criteria are you using in terms of approving the application, looking at the stats that you were providing as the 1% of Limpopo province? And then the next question is it possible for you to share the slides you are presenting with us? Because that will help us to align our organization with the information that you provided, which is very insightful in terms of us to qualify in the next stage, yes. And another question is to the CEO. I would like to ask, what steps are you taking in terms of engaging with those above? For example, their advocacy and awarenesses, just to show them that we have a demand in this department. And also, I'd like to also ask about the security level, because one day I've received a call. I assume the call was from a hacker or someone asking me about the grant that I made through your department. And, apology, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Neti Litswalo. I am the founder and a director of Magaliadi Foundation, which is a non-profit organization based in Limpopo, yes, in the Khali section. We are doing a training of robotics and coding within the schools in Mopani district and Capricorn region. So I think we are very in line with this department. This is why we visited this when you asked for us to join. So those are the questions. And my last question to the director. I just wanted to make an open proposal that we don't qualify for funds, yes, because we're still in the process of building our organization. But we would like to ask if maybe you do have equipment that are there in your storerooms that maybe you can donate into our organization so that we can implement and use them to build the skills that are needed for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks lots. I'm not sure if Ms. Mokoena we would like to take the first question. I can read it back if you would. Sure. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Hi. Is the mic working? Okay. Thank you for the question. If I got it correctly, the question was what criteria in approving the application. I'm assuming you're saying the WSP-ATR application, right? Is that the application you're referring to? Okay. So the WSP-ATR processes are governed by the Skills Development Levies Act, and they're governed by the revised mandatory grant regulations. In order for you to apply for a WSP-ATR, firstly, you must be registered with the SETA. So the SIG code that you would have chosen must belong to the SETA. So meaning that when you register your company, the SIG code you would have chosen at SARS will belong to the SIG codes of the MICT sector, so within the 5 subsectors that we have. Once you have registered your business there, you would come to MICT SETA and say, I'm registered under SARS. I would like to register to claim a WSP-ATR. What we'll do, you will get, once that registration process has happened, so this registration process starts at SARS. Once you've registered your company, it will go to DHEAD, depending on the SIG code you've chosen. DHEAD will allocate you to the SETA that is aligned to the SIG code that you would have chosen in your application. Once that processing of that application is done, DHEAD will inform us and inform our finance that we have a new employer. This is the SIG code. Do they qualify to pay the 1% or not, depending on the SARS file that we'll get. Once you have an N number, so let's say you registered before the end of April this year, you are still allowed to submit a WSP-ATR, even if it's after April, because the registration would have been in process once the WSP-ATR window was open. So once you come to us, we'll assist you with completing the WSP-ATR. So the criteria is that you must be a levy-paying employer, meaning that you must make 500K and above. You must have appointed an SDF. As part of this process, you need to appoint a skills development facilitator. That is the go-to person who will normally complete the WSP-ATR on behalf of your company. If you're a first-time employer who is submitting the MICT SETA, you will only be expected to submit a workplace skills plan, but not an annual training report, as you don't have history with the previous WSP-ATR. There are supporting documentation that require, so there are different categories of companies. We have small, medium, and large. If you're a small employer, you still need to sign the authorization page, but you are not expected to have a labor union that is active. However, if you employ more than 50 and above, which makes you a medium up to a large, you need to have a labor union that is active in your company, because as part of the skills accord that was signed between government, NECLEC, and employers, WSP-ATRs or WSPs must be consulted with labor unions. Because of the history of our country, as you know, employers will submit workplace skills plans without consulting employees. In this case, employees are represented by labor unions. The labor unions must approve that WSP-ATR, so meaning that you'll have a signature of the CEO or MD, corporate services, and a labor union. We also require minutes of the skills development committee meetings where the WSP-ATR has been discussed. Once we have that information, you need to submit updated bank details. So that's the criteria that we use that is in line with the mandatory grants. Once all of those have been met, if there's any outstanding documentation that require, we'll follow up with you. That's when it is approved. So once this is approved and we have ascertained that your skills development levy payments are up to date, you will be paid in 4 tranche payments, but before each tranche payment, our finance department always checks if your EMP 201 or your payments are up to date. I'm not sure if I'm answering you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a follow-up question. Do you have an office in our province?
We have somebody responsible for Limpopo. I can ask Mr. Nene on that, but we don't have a physical office in Limpopo. However, we do assist employers with the completion of WSP ATRs. It will sound like you were not part of our SDF capacity sessions, but we do offer those on a one-on-one basis. That will be my office, so you're welcome to contact me. I'll direct you to the person who can assist you. And then the next question was the 1% for Limpopo. So that's the stats of those employers in Limpopo that have submitted WSP ATRs. That's just what it is. Some companies may not want to submit WSP ATRs for whatever reason, but as the SETAs and as government do have incentivized employers to submit WSP ATRs by allowing them to claim the 20% back. That is the incentive for you to submit that information, because it assists us with the workforce planning and understanding the people in the sector and the learning interventions that the SETA need to focus on. As you know, we have a limited budget, so we need to make sure that budget goes to where the skills needs are.
Thank you.
Mr. Nene, I think
Thank you, ma'am. I will take your details during tea time so that we can get back to you, so that you can get that one-on-one session.
Thank you.
Thanks, ma'am. The next question was for the CEO.
Oh, yes.
You got
Yes,
it.
yeah, got it. Thank you very much. Buntle obviously touched partly on your question just around advocacy programs. When she talked about SDF capacity building sessions, we do quite a lot of advocacy programs across the country. More often than not, we do them virtually, because we can't always be able to travel from province to province due to limitation when it comes to the budget. So it's advisable to check our website as regularly as possible, because before we conduct them, we would circulate some publications on our website. We also, beyond your normal advocacy, when you talk those that are departmental focused in nature, like last year we did quite a number of them from the ETQA side, but we also do those that were talking to capacity building around the newly developed integrated learner management system. But we also have career development services, and for those we have our partner DHET, which is our mother department. We have that side of the department where we do also your career development services. Beyond that, we almost regularly would conduct. So it's just ideal and key for stakeholders to at least once or twice a month check our website for some of the publications that would be in circulations. And we also partner with some of the our departments. They would sometimes invite MICT SETA when they have some of their advocacy programs, and would be part and parcel of that experience. And other SETAs also invite us for theirs, the same way we also would invite them to ours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CEO. I'm not sure if you answered you.
Yeah, but I just want to show you something that it is very difficult for us to engage with you, because we normally don't get response when we engaging with your other people who are working within your office. I just wanted to pass that.
Yeah, it's advisable to communicate. If you check our website, there are emails for all the senior officials. So if you don't get the maximum cooperation from any employee, always be willing to escalate to the senior manager so that can be addressed. But I regard MISTA as one of the most responsive organizations. You've got a list of senior managers
published on the website. So feel free at all material times, because our priority being there is to serve you as stakeholders at all material times. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. The chairperson of the board would like to have a comment.
So I think so the CEO and they've dealt with the difficult ones that need someone who's gone to school more than I have. So two things. The first is the security issue, and the other is offices. Yes. Let's start with the offices. So we don't have offices in each and every province. We have got an office in Cape Town, in East London, in Durban, and Joburg, and then we've got a small office in Free State. So this is influenced by, first of all, let's agree that we inherited part of the structuring of these offices. The second is that we can't have offices in every province for one practical reason. The MICT SETA is limited to a maximum of 10.5% of the total expenditure on administration. So that means whatever we do, we must not exceed the 10.5% of administration, because if we do, then we will be told that we did not manage the funds properly. And then we will find AG will find us on the wrong side of the law. So we should always guard against that. That's why we won't have offices everywhere. But we then are trying to cushion that by online services to reach out to people, because we don't expect people to travel long distances to get a service. And that, what you said, you've not gotten responses. I think it's one of those odd things that would have happened. We can't deny it, but I can tell you it's not a rule. It's not something that is expected that we will not respond. It's something that's an exception, and I think it's going to be dealt with by management. I can see you shaking your head, ma'am, at the back. But unfortunately, you're looking at it at your own perspective, which is correct. But we've been exposed through the rest of the country, and we've gotten different reviews elsewhere. So we need to improve on that. That's the point I'm making, that we will improve on it. We're not saying we are dismissing it. We're saying after this, we must follow that up, but it's not a rule that will ignore people's, but I hope you were here at the beginning of the session when I indicated that all this that we're doing it with a very limited, thin staff, and we cannot exceed the staff complement that we have, because again, we will have to breach the 10.5% that we are allocated for, which we have, Mr. Nene was reminding me here in the morning, that I've spoken to the minister several times, raising the issue about this 10.5% and how it impacts negatively on the employees that are here, and consequently on the stakeholders that we have. But we try and do the best that we can. But with the integrated learner management system that we've put together, we hope, and we have seen elsewhere, that it's actually helpful to try and limit these problems. When we use this LMS and people are able to also follow up their own submissions on the system, they can actually view their own submissions and inquiries on their end without having to first call us and ask, but you can look at it yourself and see it. That's part of the improvement that we are attempting to do. And I hope nobody's going to beat us down because we are trying. But I think let's view the comment as saying we want more. And if we want more, let's try to do more within the limitations that we have. Lastly, the security. I'm not sure the context of the security. Probably, if it were to be clarified, because we wouldn't want to respond to security questions when we are not security experts and then give a wrong answer to an important matter. So if we could just get a proper context of the security question, and we would see how we respond to that. I don't want us to take it lightly. If, Chair, you allow a person who asked the question to just quickly give us context.
Yes, please, if you may go ahead, just to give context for clarity.
Okay, I'm just raising the fact of cybersecurity because, you know, when you get a call from someone say, giving or talking about your personal details that they got from a certain like database, is your database safe?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, all right. No. I hear that. I hear now. I hear. So I think CEO probably you would be best placed to address that, or any of your senior managers to deal with that matter. But I can tell you as a matter of principle that we are obliged to protect people's information, and we are doing as much as we can to protect the information. However, the more the technological advancements are, and the higher the rate of the breach of systems worldwide, not only here. And we have been told that almost on a daily basis, CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency of America, and the FBI, they get breached on a daily basis by the hackers. So and I'm making an example with CIA because people will be thinking CIA and FBI are the most secure agencies in the whole world. Transnet at one stage got breached and the systems nearly collapsed. And MICT CETA is a very small entity that's out there, and that's trying its best to ensure that we protect ourselves, and we will continue to improve our systems to the extent possible. But you must also, the breach of security may not necessarily be from MICT CETA platforms only, because once it's on World Wide Web, it could be breached from anywhere without necessarily going through MICT CETA. Your information may be lifted from other platforms, not necessarily MICT CETA. Once it's on the www, you must rest assured you are exposed, it can be breached in anyhow. So we will look into our systems, and I don't think we should be complacent about it. We must look into it and see how secure we are, but we must also just caution that let's be careful and be vigilant on these breaches, because they happen from different angles and different levels. And I thought probably it's important to say those things. And yeah, maybe let me stop at that.
Leisha is laughing at just how you ventilated on that question. I can't answer it any better. It's exactly as Chair responded, and thanks very much, Chair.
I'm not sure if there is another round of questions that we can take, but if we could just limit to one question per person, it would assist so that we can at least all have a chance to ask. Sir, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Marshall Kumalo from Redmond. Firstly, I would love to thank the opportunity that MICT CETA is giving our young ones. We are one of those who are having learners as it stands now, and the feedback is quite positive, because with the scourge of unemployment, inequality and poverty in this country, we have seen positive results and positive feedback from our students. The students, you know, we are working with them on a daily basis. The way they arrived when we started with them, when we started the learnership, and the way they are now, in terms of being equipped, and also the them personally, you can see there's a change. That stipend is a miracle. As much as we say it's not about the stipend, the primary objective is for them to get the skill. But when we look at them, and you look at a child coming from, it doesn't need any rocket science to see that this child comes from a less fortunate family. And sometimes when we started the learnership, we sometimes take out of our pockets to assist them, because you can see that this child has the passion, and I'm just being emotional because we're working with them, has the passion to want to learn, but at the same time, this child does not have anything. So we share the small that we have to eat with them, and as the learnership goes, they now become self-reliant through that stipend. So thank you very much for that. But that it may also, I want to say to you, please go and try to strengthen the financial, I think the finance department at MICT CETA, because it frustrates us on the first 3 months when we are starting the learnership. We can't access funds. And just imagine if you have been given this opportunity to host these kids, and they are also expecting us to put their learnership into their accounts, and at the end of the day, we have to go and take credits. So it means, say, when we take credit, it is upon us again to pay the surplus, because we don't have any silver spoon from our families. We are trying as well. So it becomes a burden to us. As much as we're doing this with passion, please make sure that when we start on our first 3 months, we give you our documentation and it complies. Try to fast track the issue of payments. The last one, I just want to comment to what the CEO said when it comes to China. I think MICT CETA deserves, I'm not happy with the budget that you told us that MICT CETA is getting. Basically because of the work that we are seeing on the ground. It's too little. We need these skills for our children, and we believe, we hope our government will take these skills seriously, because if you check China, it was not, 50 years ago they were a laughing stock. You remember everyone when they spoke about fake things, they would say, no, it was China. And the government of China, socialist government of China, they made it their will to support businesses locally by giving them finance, and also they made sure that they strengthen their education. So this is not directed to you, we're just saying we hope our government can take the same approach to make sure that we strengthen our education. We are not happy with the education our kids are given in South Africa. And we are also not happy with the least support that our business people who are trying very hard, who have innovations, get from the government of South Africa. So us, we are the government. We need to find ways to speak to our government to say, support the local-based businesses. The only way we can fight unemployment is when all these business people who are in here can get support from government and start up money so that they can be able to skill these kids. And when we skill them from MICT CETA, we know that a company is waiting for them to can get employment permanently. So these are some of the solutions that we need to look at. Because if we say we want to be like China, but there is nothing that is happening, then in terms of making sure that we support business people, but also we strengthen the education of this country, we'll have a problem going forward. I believe that can assist us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's clap hands for such progressive remarks. Thank you. Highly appreciated. Your situation could have been different, but let me just share, just a tip. Just always make sure that you consult with your advisor, and also request him, send him all your pack, the deliverables, at least a month earlier, before the date you expect your, the disbursement to be paid. That assists. Also, ensure you do not generate the invoice. Because if, sometimes we work with people, some administrators in your own organization, they miss this, they miss that, or they write the same invoice number as the previous one. Or maybe you're running two programs, they swap the numbers. Those things, they delay payments. So please, please, I beg with you, please just make sure that you don't generate any invoice, speak to your advisor, get them to verify your documents, and do it at least 6 to 4 months to 6 months before the date you're expecting to be paid. Your situation could have been different, but I'm just sharing this tip. Thanks a lot, ladies and gentlemen. If there are any questions, okay, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is not a question. I just want to steal this opportunity because the leadership of our partners are here. I'm Komsasa Mukaba. I'm from a company called Limpopo Connection. We are going to be coming to you as Seshego Digital Hub, which is recently being completed in Seshego Kodifemeng. It's about 5,000 square meter state-of-the-art building. We will want you guys as MICT SETA and the partners that are on the floor to join us. As the venue's got about 21 boardrooms or training facilities, it will have the state-of-the-art. Just want to take this opportunity to say to MICT SETA, when we invite you and we come with a different head, don't look at us as different. We are still Limpopo Connection, a subsidiary of Leader, but we will be coming through to you guys as Seshego Digital Hub. We are waiting our politicians' date to make announcement. Our premier normally open this kind of activities. So please bear with us when we invite you back. We know we're chowing into your little percentages of the budget that has been reduced. So please accommodate us if we want you to be part of our hackathons, our programs leading towards that opening. Please make funds available so that we can have something quite big and better. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot. It's always pleasing and refreshing, to hear that there are concrete, strategies taking place within the community to ensure that we have the equipment, we have the infrastructure, and that our learners can learn with all the equipment right in front of their eyes and for them to experiment with. Thanks a lot, ladies and gentlemen. If there is any other question, I'll take. Okay, I will just take the last one after this one, if you don't mind. Anyone? Any other one? So it's the last question. Oh, great, thank you.
Yeah, good morning, colleagues. I'm Daphne Sirumula. I'm from Richfield, working under business development. I'd also like to thank MIC SETA because some of our students, we have 8 campuses across the country, even though in Polokwane campus, some of our students never received the DG grant. But I can confirm that some of our students have received DG grants from SETA, and we don't take that lightly. We appreciate that a lot. But I'm really concerned about what Mr. CEO has said about the budget against the number of applicants. With the budget of 1,041,000,000 applicants, I just want to ask, how do you allocate the DG grants to the learners, given that there's a big gap between the budget and the number of applicants?
Thanks, through you, Mr. Anna. We have a clear policy that really regulates how discretionary grants should be allocated. But further to that, there's a discretionary grants committee that has been set up to deal with the allocations. And we also have a structure, sort of an oversized structure internally called internal audit, that audits. Is charged with auditing what this DG committee does. But there's also what we call external audit conducted by what we call Auditor General of South Africa. You see, to be simplistic about this challenge that we are sitting with and I think we elaborated a lot on this reality that the demand for digital skills it's increasing at an alarming rate, but it's going to be far beyond where it is. And with that gentleman from Limpopo Connection, you see, the more platforms and pathways are created within various communities to ensure that these skills are offered beyond MICT SETA, the better it becomes. Because MICT is just one. And we need to ensure that, that's why we partner. With your universities, with your CETs, with the industry, with even private partners, to ensure that those who can access funding beyond MICT SETA can access that funding and will give the necessary support in whichever area that we can offer the necessary support. Because practically, it's like receiving 10,000 applications, if I were to be simplistic about it. It's like receiving 10,000 applications looking for one employee, the situation that we are facing. Hence, like I said earlier on, we apply to other funding agencies like your National Skills Fund, your Unemployment Insurance Fund, and also other SETAs. As we speak now, there are other programs, fire-related programs, that were funded by another SETA called FACET, right? So we're doing everything reasonably possible, but the reality of limited resources is there, and the demand will continue to shoot all the way up, because we're in the digital era. With digital economy, it's huge. Everybody must be given an opportunity as far as we can, and those are responses that I think are appropriate for your question. Thank you very much, Mr. Nel.
Thank you, CEO. Well, in the absence of further questions or comments, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time for us to break for tea. It will just be 15 minutes, and I believe there is a lady who has to give me her contact details so that I can assist, facilitating her so that she can register with the WSB and make a submission. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I don't hear myself. 1, 2, 1, 2. Much better, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to resume with our program, unfortunately. Remember, the longer we take, the longer the time to lunch will be also. So, yeah, we just want to comfortably, sail nicely. Ladies and gentlemen, the next presentation that we will be having will be from Senior Manager LPD, Mr. Nemugavini, who will be taking us through what learning programs is about. Just a final tip for those who are inside the house. You listened from Ms. Mukwen, who advised you about submission of WSPs and trainings. This is what the SITA is now taking as a new direction. It's actually been doing it, but it's going to intensify it. We are going as a SITA to even prioritize those who are levy payers more. Meaning that if you submit your WSP, you pay your levies, that will earn you a priority status at least. So it is very key, it's very important. So when we hear about those trainings, let's ensure that we RSVP and we attend to them. Because the SITA is going to work with partners that are levy payers, that are submitting the WSPs, because we also want to see the change that the SMMEs are doing. Remember, SMMEs are the growing sector. They are actually pumping 35% almost into the GDP, meaning that you guys create jobs, create work for other people. So if you submit that WSP, we get to see the difference that the chairperson of the board was talking about, to ensure that we support the SMME sector. So the only evidence we're going to see that from will be when you submit that WSP, and Mr. Nemugavini will actually ensure, as he's always been doing, that those who are levy payers get prioritized for discretionary grants applications. Also, please bear in mind that the CEO and the chairperson of the board did make it clear that in the years before that, there wasn't a balance in terms of allocating, the discretionary grants to companies. However, now the cake is being sliced even thinner. So long there is as many people as possible, and the chair made it clear that at least 20 people to be trained. You remember, you would have your overheads, you would have variable costs, you need to pay, this, you need to get courseware, you need to expose the learners. So that does cost money. And MICT SITA is cognizant of that. And it was well articulated, ladies and gentlemen, by my leaders. And now I am going to hand over to Mr. Nemugavini, who is going to take us through the LPD presentation. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Okay, thank you. Tovela, Abusheni, and Macheron. I'm going to take you through the presentation under learning programs. Greeting to the chair and the CEO and senior management and all MICT staff that are here. It's a pleasure this morning to be here in Limpopo so that we can appraise you in terms of any development within the learning program. Our mandate is to ensure that we implement the demand of those skills within our subsector. Then, in order to bridge that gap, we implement various learning programs that assist young people among young people. And even in Limpopo, we do have a lot of young people that are not working. And one of the challenges around the skills. The skills that are there are not relevant to the demand of the economy. The economy is looking for a set of skills, and our learners and our graduates, they've got other skills that are not in demand in terms of the challenges that we are facing as a country. And these programs, they bridge that gap by providing skills within media, skills within advertising, skills within telecommunications, electronics, as well as ICT. The first intervention that we're going to implement even in 2025-2026 financial year is a learnership program. This program is mainly for young people who does not have any post-matric qualifications. Then this program assists them with a structured learning program, consists of 30% in theory and 70% in a workplace. Then at the end of the program, when they are deemed competent, they are able to receive a full qualification, and they can use the same qualification to look for employment opportunities. The target for learnership, we've targeted 4,900 learners that need to be trained in 2025-2026. Skills program, then the target is 1,200. That's the learners that we need to train in the 2025-2026 financial year. The other intervention, which is very critical, which does assist our graduates with workplace experience. Most of the graduates that are coming from our universities, they do have a qualification, but they have never worked, which means if you give them an opportunity for an internship program, it bridges that gap of workplace exposure for a period of 12 months. Then we have targeted 2,500 graduates that need to be enrolled on this program. Then the next intervention, which is very, very critical, especially for students that are coming from University of Technologies, TVET colleges, for them to obtain a qualification, they need to do in-service training. In line with their institutional requirements, then they are able to be placed in a workplace for a period of 12 months. Then after that, they are able to obtain their qualification, and they can look for employment with that qualifications, because without that workplace exposure, they are not able to complete their program. Then bursary programs, we also have intervention that responds to assist students who want to study a degree in media or diplomas, ICT, telecommunications in partnership with universities. Then we are able to fund those students for their academic fees as well as accommodation until they complete the program. Then we have targeted 450 students that need to be assisted with bursary in the 2025-2026 financial year. Then short programs, these are very, very critical, especially in the ICT sector. If you look at our sector, especially the information technology sector, is dominated by multinational companies, and they do have their own vendor programs such as your Cisco, your CompTIA, MCSE, and these programs are very, very critical, and we do assist students with these qualifications so that they can write international exam. Then from there, they are able to look for employment with those international certificates. Recognition of prior learning is still critical. It assists those workers. They know how to do the job, but they've never have a formal qualifications. Let's say for argument's sake, we got to have a cameraman working for SABC. They know how to do the editing, they know how to film, but they don't have a formal qualification. They can be introduced in a program under recognition of prior learning. While they're executing their task, then they can be assessed and they can be deemed competent and receive a formal qualification. TVET programs that focus on lecturers as well as bursaries that focus on TVET. They are very key. We do have an indicator to support such intervention for both CET and TVET colleges. Then the support for SME, we do have an intervention that focus on supporting SME with skills development funding. It depends on the program that they are funded on. It can be a learnership, it can be skills program, graduate internship program, or WHEEL. Then we do have a target, our annual target is around 250 SME that need to be supported in 2025-2026 financial year. Then we also have an intervention that responds to building capacity for workers that are unionized with various skills. It will depend on the needs of, from the companies or from the union that are implementing that program. They can be enrolled in a short program, they can be enrolled in a skills program. The next graph reflects in terms of number of learners that have been trained in the past 4 years. Then you can see starting from 2020, 2021 up to 2023, 2024, the bar is increasing, which shows that there is more appetite by the industry to implement program that responds to the challenges that we are having as a country. Because once our learners get these skills, they are able to participate in the economy because they've got the skills that is relevant to the economy. And these just numbers in line with the budget. The first indicator, which is TVET placement, is 2,000 learners. Then you can see the budget attached to that indicator. We're also expecting 1,200 learners to complete the program. With university placement, we have planned a target for 900 students that need to be assisted with university placement program, which is a WHEEL. And we're expecting around 540 learners to complete the program. Then internship is 2,500 is an annual target. Then if you check at the budget, we have planned a budget of 184 million for that intervention. Then skills program 1.2, learnership, which is the highest. We have learned that most of the stakeholders, when they respond to the call, they apply for this intervention. This is the annual target, which is 4,900, and this target is for all 9 provinces. Then candidacy got an annual target of 99 learners that need to be assisted with a professional program. These graduates, they do have qualification. They need to be assessed and deemed competent, and when they pass those exams, then they are registered as professional within the ICT space. These just numbers in line with the budget. Then we'll share the presentation so that you can see all these numbers in terms of what we have planned in 2025-2026 financial year. We also have a target for the workers as well that need to be assisted with bursaries. We have planned a target of 85 workers that need to be supported with bursaries. AET program, we've planned 79 learners that need to be trained on AET program. It will depend on the need from the CET, either a short program or learnership or short program. Those are the interventions that can be which are associated with such target. Then the next intervention, which is very, very key in response to this province as well, is rural development. We have planned 60 projects that need to be implemented in rural provinces, in all the 9 provinces. It will depend on the nature of the program. It can be an internship program, it can be a skills program, it can be a short program, it can be a learnership, it can be a university placement or TVET, but those are the planned projects that have been planned that need to be implemented in rural areas. We also have programs that respond to enterprise development. We have noted that not all our learners that are going to complete learnerships or internship programs get absorbed. Hence, we need to train our learners around how to start their business so that if they don't get absorbed, some they don't have an appetite to be employees. They want to run their own enterprise. Then they can be trained under new venture programs, whether they are doing an internship program or learnership, with the skills around how to start a business. Then we do have an intervention. We have planned to train 200 learners in 2025-2026 to start up their own enterprise within the MICT SETA subsector space. We also have a target that responds to NGO, NPOs, and CBOs that can be funded with skills development program. Then we have planned to train 50 CBOs in the next financial year. Then in terms of the learners that are going to come from these CBOs, the planned number is 150 learners that need to be supported. Then we also have an intervention that focuses on training for the unions. We have planned to train 250 workers that are unionized with various skills development. It will depend on the need of those workers, but it will be programs that are within our subsectors, either a short program, skills program, or vendor programs, which are ICT programs that are licensed, like your Cisco's, your CompTIAs, so that they can remain relevant within our subsector. We also have a programs that's going to support TVET lecturers with various skills development. We also have a program that's going to respond to bursaries for the TVET lecturers. This intervention are mainly for the TVETs to apply for this intervention so that they can capacitate their employees. CET as well, we also have a program that focuses on their lecturers, on various skills development programs that they can be trained. We also have a plan to have partnership with TVET and CET in response to skills development within our subsector. The next slide is around the DG updates. It's very difficult to present this slide to tell people that we've got limited budget. It's not a nice thing. But those are the challenges that we are faced with as an organization. In the 2025-2026 DG window, we have received 1,708 applications that were fully submitted. Then, if you look at the red chart, it reflects 290. These are the stakeholders that have created the application online and they failed to submit. What we would love to encourage the stakeholders to do in future, when you open the DG window, normally it takes around 30 days for you to apply and submit your application on time. Don't wait until the last hour and start trying to submit in the last minutes. You'll end up creating an application and you don't submit. Then make sure that you take time. And the other thing that you need to do, read the advert. The advert normally reflects all these interventions that I've reflected, like your internship, your TVET, lecturers, bursaries. Make sure that you do an analysis. What kind of program suit your needs as a business, and program that suit your capacity as well. So that when you compile your application, it responds to our APP. Some of the stakeholders, they put data science under, they just mismatch the program. Instead of putting a vendor, MCSE, they put it under learnership, which means your application is not correct. If you're applying for learnership, it has to be programs that are registered as learnership, like your system support, technical support, advertising. We also have registered learnerships under media. Download the list of all the registered qualifications so that when you apply, you respond to the APP targets. Then in terms of number of applications per province, you can see Gauteng is the highest, as usual, followed by KZN, then and Limpopo province. Then you can see that the appetite was also high in Limpopo in terms of programs that they want to implement. And we understand why the appetite is very high. If you look at the stats in terms of number of unemployed youth that are not employed in this province is very, very high. Then I believe that as a sector, you wanted to address that challenge by responding to the call. Then the next graph reflects in terms of percentage of number of learners that have been allocated per province. Gauteng is still the highest, 46%. Then Limpopo, 9.54% have been allocated to this province based on the limited resources that the organization has. Then in terms of budget versus what we have, as the CEO have already alluded in terms of number of applications that we have received, when we cost them, they amount to 41 billion. And when you look at the budget that we have, it's around 1 billion. Then you can see that the demand is higher than what we can supply as a sector. And we understand why the demand is high. It's because of the higher rate of unemployment among youth in our country. We wish if we can have this 41 billion so that we can respond to the demand that the sector is having. And this is just a summary in terms of number of learners that the sector have requested versus number of learners that have been allocated for site vetting. Then I'll just go to the last slide. It shows that the demand from the sector, they're looking for 716,482 learners. And as a SETA, annually, we can only train around 13,000 learners. Then you can see that the demand is way, way above what we can offer as a sector. Then in terms of DG process, the SETA every year publish a window through the website. We also send communication via our marketing to advocate for this DG window so that stakeholders can respond to the call in line with those APP numbers that I've reflected. Then once the call is out, you need to go to the system online, register, create your profile. Then from there, you can submit your applications. And when you submit your application, it must respond to those interventions. And number of learners is very key, as you need to put the qualification. If it's a learnership, you need to indicate that you are applying for 20 learners under technical support. If it's an internship program, you need to select the internship program and also select number of learners that you are requesting. Just to remind you, under internship, the target was 2,500 learners. Then as you apply, please bear in mind of the targets that you are having. Then if you're applying for 2,500 interns, whereas the target is 2,500, somewhere we're going to have challenges. Then let's respond to the demand. And you must also look at the capacity, because all the programs that we offer, they are occupational directed program. Learners have to be placed in a workplace, and the workplace must be relevant to the qualification that they are doing. We cannot have a situation where you got a learner who's doing technical support, but the learner is placed at the garage as a petrol attendant. There's no alignment here. You are training a technical support learner, but the learner is working at the garage. Some, you find that the learner is baking fed cookies as part of the workplace experience. Then it's a challenge, because our sector responds to the ICT sector. if you are doing a program within the tourism sector, it's going to be relevant. But within our space, it's not going to be relevant. Let's look at the appropriate workplace experience component that's going to assist those learners so that when they complete the program, they are employable. If you train a learner and you cannot hire that learner, who's going to hire that learner? You must train them in a way that if you got an opportunity within your organization, you can also hire those learners. Then one of the things which is very critical when you submit your application, make sure that all your documents are in order. You got your letter of commitment, you got your CIP, your banking details are in order, and your bank statement that you are going to upload, it must not be older than 3 months. And this information is there on the advert. Before you complete your application, please read the advert so that you can understand what are the critical compliance documents that are required for you to upload before you submit your application. And once you have submitted your application, you can go back and correct. Then once the SETA receives the application, there's an evaluation process in terms of evaluating the compliance document. There is a committee that sits and evaluates application in line with these APP numbers that I've presented. Then they shortlist companies in terms of vetting. All the stakeholders that have fulfilled such a requirement, they've been shortlisted, and the advisors are busy conducting site vetting. And when we conduct site vetting, we deploy advisors to come and check if you do have capacity to implement the program, and make sure that you provide any evidence that they've requested so that they can conclude the process. You must show them the training center. If you are going to implement a learnership program, you must be able to provide evidence of the host employers that you are going to use, who's going to host the learners during the program. Then if you are successful, you have met all the requirements, then we issue the SLA, then you can start implementing the program. Don't implement the program as soon as the vetting is concluded. Wait for the SETA to finalize the entire process. Once you receive the SLA, then you are able to start the program with no issues. And read the SLAs. And we have noted that most of our stakeholders, they are more interested on the last page of the SLA, which have the numbers. They are not interested in terms of the milestone, what the deliverables that need to be submitted during the program. Let's ensure that we read all those deliverables so that when you recruit learners, you must recruit learners in line with the requirement, which is there on the SLA. It won't have an impact in terms of your payments. We'll pay payments on time unless if there are issues. Make sure that before you submit documents to the SETA, validate the information, check if all the learner agreements have been signed, check if all the documents have been certified, those documents that require certification. Make sure that there is quality in what you are submitting so that we don't have this back and forth that can really, really delay the payments, and it's going to compromise the implementation of the program. Then if you are not happy with the outcome, the SETA has a separate process where you can lodge an appeal on the system. You can go online and lodge your appeal and indicate the reason why you feel that your application was not evaluated fairly. Then there is a grant review committee that's going to look at your matter, and they're going to respond to your application. Please don't drive to Gauteng Midrand to ask why I'm not allocated. You'll be wasting your resources. Save your fuel, go online, lodge your appeal online. Then the committee that is responsible to deal with the appeal, then they will respond to your call or to your request. I'm not going to repeat the challenges that we are facing. Then the request from the SETA side is that if you are implementing our program, please let's comply with the terms and conditions of the SLA so that we can grow our province through skills development. Then these are the contacts. If you are having a challenge with regards to payment, then you can send us the email to say you have sent your payment. Maybe there are bottlenecks so that we can intervene from our side as management. But any DG query, please send it to dgqueries@mict.org.za. Please don't send it to Ernest. Don't send it to Athalia. Send it to that relevant email. And you can also go online as well and lodge your appeal, and the SITA will respond. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Yes, thanks a lot, Mr. Nemukavini, for that informative session. And I do understand that we're running behind time, and I will then call upon the next presenter, who would be Leisha Singh. She would be taking you through quite a number of things, and most importantly, please listen to this one, it's very important. QCTO has come in, and now for any learners to qualify out of the system, they will not only be assessed by their own providers where they studied, but there's going to be ASA, where they will go and write exams, and they will need to get a particular percentage. And that means that, guys, we need to pull up our socks. And Leisha will also be talking to you about occupational learnership registrations and which learnerships. Because Mr. Nemugavini is actually in the direction of aligning what we're offering. I think we heard our CEO talking earlier on saying, let's compare ourselves to China. Let's now move with the times. And that is what we're exactly doing. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the right opportunity for us to take notes and to ensure that out of this roadshow, we go back and we strategize on how best can we uplift our society. Over to you, Leisha. Thank you.
Good afternoon to the chairperson of our board, our CEO, senior managers of the MICT SETA, and the most important people today, our stakeholders. I am Leisha Singh, and I will be taking you through the ETQA updates. In terms of the presentation that we have for you this afternoon, these are the key points. The presentation will be available for you on our website and our different platforms, and you're welcome to have a look. The first item that I am going to discuss is the transitional arrangements. As Mr. Nene has indicated, the QCTO have come on board, and we are transitioning from the legacy qualifications to the occupational programs. 2019 marked the last extension for the legacy programs, with the last date of registration for these qualifications as the 30th of June 2023. That allowed for learners to be enrolled on legacy programs up until the 30th of June 2024. Noting that all of the occupational programs had not yet been registered as replacements for the legacy programs, Government Gazette 50742 was then published that allowed for those qualifications that did not have replacements to then be extended, allowing learners to be enrolled up until the 30th of June 2026 on these legacy programs. At that point, the MICT SETA took a decision to extend up until the 30th of June 2025 in anticipation that those qualifications that we have submitted for evaluation to the QCTO would be registered. We have subsequently reviewed and noted that there hasn't been feedback from the QCTO on the qualifications submitted, and we are now going to extend that accreditation up until the 30th of June 2026. We subsequently received Government Gazette 51771, which outlined that those those legacy programs that have replacement occupational programs, however, the STPs are not yet accredited for the new programs. There isn't a learnership number allocated to the newly registered program, may then be extended. That delegation has been provided to the QCTO and to SAQA. So we have submitted, we received from our stakeholders applications for 3 legacy programs. It's the National Certificate in IT, Sound Technology, as well as Radio Station Manager. We have submitted those applications to the QCTO and await a final outcome. Should we receive the extension and it is approved, we will inform our stakeholders accordingly and update your accreditation validity. In terms of the qualifications extended under the transitional arrangements, when the Government Gazette was issued last year, June, there were 30 qualifications that fall under the MICT CETA umbrella that had been extended. We have subsequently received feedback that the business analysis level 5 and level 6 qualifications have also been extended. So there's now a total of 32 qualifications that fall under this extension. If you have an extension letter and it is valid up until the 30th of June 2025, you may use the link provided in the presentation. Communication has also gone out to all our accredited SDPs. You may use that link to apply for the updated letter, which will then extend your accreditation to the 30th of June 2026. If you are going to be training at a different site to your original accredited site, you will need to use the second link on the presentation. That will be for a site approval. It will require that an MICT CETA official view your site before extending your accreditation validity. I'm not going to go through the list of the extended qualifications, but I'm just going to draw your attention to number 31 and 32. These are the business analysis programs that have recently been extended. You may now enroll learners up until the 30th of June 2026. In terms of the qualifications that have been developed by the ETQA and registered by SAQA, there are 12 qualifications in total. Numbers 1 to 7 are available for you on the QCTO website. I urge you to please log on to the QCTO website and apply for the accreditation. The remaining 5 have been newly registered with SAQA. They are still to be uploaded on the QCTO website and will be made available for you to apply for the accreditation. In addition, we also have the 3 EUC skills programs that are registered, and you're welcome to apply for this accreditation with the QCTO. In terms of programs that we have realigned, we realigned all of the historical qualifications. However, there are still 23 of our programs that are still in evaluation at either the QCTO stage or at SAQA. The process for this registration is once we develop, we submit to the QCTO. QCTO does a first evaluation and comes back to the CETA should there be any amendments required. Thereafter, it goes out for public comment so that we can take in any additional suggestions regarding the curriculum. And lastly, it is then recommended for registration to SAQA. So we have 23 of these qualifications that we've already realigned. However, we await the registration. In terms of learnership registration, we have already applied for all of those qualifications that are registered, the occupational programs. Like our program director has already alluded, in order for us to implement an occupational qualification as a funded program and obtain DG grants, it needs to have a corresponding learnership number. The process to obtain this number is that the CETA will then fill out the application and submit all of the relevant documents to the QCTO. The QCTO does the first evaluation. If there are any gaps, they then come back to us and we address those. After addressing the gaps, if the QCTO is then satisfied at their committee that the learnership registration can be recommended to DHED, that recommendation takes place. DHED has their own committee to view the application and ultimately issues the learnership number. Once the learnership number is issued, thereafter, we can implement the occupational programs on a funded basis. In terms of our subject matter experts is the QCTO terminology for what we know as assessors and moderators or ETD practitioners. A subject matter expert is somebody who has technical know-how, has the relevant qualification and the relevant experience so that they can assess the competency of learners. In terms of the requirements to become a subject matter expert, you would require a relevant qualification that is related to that program that you are wanting to assess or to be a subject matter expert for. In addition, you will require 2 years of occupational experience related to that field. It means that your occupational experience must talk to the modules or to the program that you want to assess. And that makes sense because if you're going to assess learner competency, you should have been able to do the job and demonstrate the competency yourself. The difference between the subject matter expert and the assessor and moderator is that the assessor and moderator required you to submit the statement of results from the ETDP CETA. Those unit standards have been phased out, and that is not a requirement for subject matter experts. However, as an ETQA, we do believe that you do need to know the principles of assessment and moderation. It cannot be that you're a subject matter expert and you go straight into assessments. So we are then committing, we do have monthly sessions as an ETQA. They are held online. We will take you through the principles of assessment and moderation to ensure the maximum output. If you would like to register as a subject matter expert, you will find the link to our LMS on the screen. You can apply. You would need to upload all of your documentation. We do try to wrap up this process within the prescribed timeline of 30 days. However, that timeline is largely dependent on you submitting the relevant and valid documentation that has been certified. Once we have looked at all of your information and you are then deemed competent to be registered, you will receive a registration letter that will have your registration number. In terms of subject matter expert requirements for specific curriculum, you can look at the screen and we have the cloud administrator as an example. The curriculum document for every program details what the HR requirement should be. So it is not that you have the relevant experience, you have the qualification, and then you are set for all of the curricula. You would need to look at the curriculum document in choosing which qualifications you are applicable to apply for. With the cloud administrator, it specifies a relevant qualification, the number of years experience, and very importantly, it specifies vendor certification that is relevant for the cloud administrator program. Your vendor certification can be obtained from Microsoft, CompTIA, AWS, or any other relevant institution, but it must be relevant to the curriculum that you are applying for. In terms of the governance process for the SME registration, I think I've already covered it, but you will apply through our LMS. The ETQA division will then do a first evaluation in terms of your CV and your qualifications, your ID document, and any other relevant documents specified on the LMS. They will make recommendations to management. Once that is approved, you will then get a registration letter that outlines your registration number as a subject matter expert. Once you are registered, you are then eligible to apply to SDPs or to assessment centers so that you can assess the external integrated summative assessment. And I think our CEO did touch on that in his opening address, where he did indicate that we should be looking for alternative employment opportunities, and he cited this as one of them. We'll move on to the occupational accreditation process. This is for SDP accreditation with the QCTO. As we know, the accreditation process starts with the QCTO. You would need to apply on their website as an SDP for accreditation. The QCTO will complete the first evaluation, which is a desktop evaluation of all of the documents that you will upload at the application stage. Once they are comfortable with the application, they then submit it to the quality partners, who are the SETAs. Once we receive your application from the QCTO, you will be scheduled for a site visit. It's imperative for you to know that at site visit stage, you are required to submit your compliance documents again. The QCTO requires that we quality assure all of those documents at site visit stage, as well as your site being compliant, your ETD practitioners being compliant, and then we submit our final report. The report serves at the MICT CETA Accreditation Committee. Once the committee recommends the accreditation, it goes for approval to the Office of the CEO, and we then inform the QCTO of our recommendations. At that stage, you are not an accredited provider. The final outcome does come from the QCTO, and at that stage, when it serves at their committee, they may request additional information either from the CETA or from you as the applicant directly. Once your accreditation is approved, a final letter is issued by the QCTO to the CETA, which we then disperse to the relevant applicant. We're now going to move on to the QCTO approved tariff structure. So the QCTO is going to be imposing tariffs for your accreditation applications starting from the new financial year, which will be 2025-2026. This tariff structure was initially implemented across the NATED programs, and it's now going to be for occupational programs as well. We previously did showcase the tariff structure in a capacitation session with our STPs, but what I'd like to draw your attention to here is the new amounts. So the STP accreditation tariff is now 2,500 Rand. It was initially approved by the QCTO at 6,000. And I would like to then thank and acknowledge the chairperson of our board, our CEO, and our senior management of the MICT CETA, who then, after receiving this communication, intervened and met with the QCTO in order to bring these amounts down. The premise for that was largely to allow access for our STPs to apply for accreditation. So the accreditation tariff now stands at 2,500 Rand per qualification, 1,000 Rand for a part qualification. In payment of these tariffs, please note that the QCTO must receive the tariff payment. At application stage, they will then dictate as to how the payment will be made. No payments are to be made to any consultants or to anybody conducting site visits for you. We'll now move on to workplace approval. So workplace approval largely is exposing the learner and giving them an opportunity to use the theory that they've gained in the classroom or in the training venue and apply that practically in the workplace. This differs with the legacy programs. The legacy programs required workplace training, but the occupational programs relies on workplace learning to an extent of 70% of the program. Workplace learning is putting the learner in the workplace under supervision of a qualified and seasoned mentor so that they get the relevant experience and are more employable. And ideally, that's what we are training for when we implement these programs. We are training for our learners to be competent enough to go into the workplace. So I've already mentioned 70% of the learning in an occupational program is directed towards work-based learning. It's a combination of practical, and practical is simulation. It can be done by the STP, but workplace learning must be done at an approved workplace site. The workplace approval is a set of standards that we have adopted in order for us to approve a workplace for learners to be taken into. Some of the criteria that we would use is compliance with the relevant legislation, like your occupational health and safety, having a qualified mentor in place to actually mentor the learners while they are at your site. The workplace must obviously be registered as a juristic person within South Africa, and so forth. This criteria is detailed in the approved workplace policy of the MICT CETA, but you will also find it in the presentation, which you can refer back to. The duration of the workplace approval is directly in line with accreditation, so it is for a 5-year period. If you have a question as to, can I be an SDP and a workplace at the same time? Yes, you can, but that would depend on you meeting all of the requirements for both the accreditation as well as the workplace. The workplace applications will soon be available on our LMS. We will send out formal communication to all of our stakeholders regarding that application. Okay, so QCTO does detail what is required from them for a workplace to be approved. The work mentor is very instrumental in this process. This person must be formally appointed as a workplace mentor. There must be a structured program. And when we say structured program, meaning the culture of learning must be within the organization, clearly communicated and clearly documented, that there is a culture of learning and skills transfer within the organization so that the mentor is aligned in transferring those skills towards our learners. So we look at the difference between a coach and a mentor. And in occupational qualifications, we are looking for a mentor. A coach is someone who can tell you what to do and give you a target and a time frame in which to achieve it. That's not what our learners need in order for them to be employable. What they need is a mentor, someone who will physically show them what needs to be done, hold their hand, allow them space to do it on their own, and then measure their productivity or how effective they are within that specific task, and then provide reports on that. And that's ideally what we require in our learner logbooks when the learner is placed in the workplace. So in terms of successful workplace training, you do need an approved site, you need a mentor, there must be a proper work-based learning program within the organization, and the learner would need to fill out a logbook that details every task that they complete with the mentor's comment in terms of how they've achieved on that specific task. In terms of the workplace approval process, you will have to apply for this online using our learner management system. We will then do a desktop evaluation of the documents that you submit. Once that desktop evaluation is successful, we will then conduct a site visit and make recommendation to the accreditation committee. Once the committee recommends, we do get endorsement from the Office of the CEO, and you will receive the outcome letter. We move on to the ESA, which is the External Integrated Summative Assessment. Like our program director has already alluded, one of the major changes between the legacy and the occupational programs was that, or is, that with the legacy programs, you are exiting the learners based on your own, as an SDP, your own internal assessments, which we then conduct verification of. In the occupational space, the final assessment is implemented by an assessment center using assessment tools that are developed by the CETA, which is known as the quality partner in this case. So there are three major role players in this process: the QCTO that registers the qualification, accredits the assessment centers, and ensures that there is an SLA between the quality partner as well as the QCTO for the implementation of the ESA. The next role player is the quality partner, which in essence is the MICT CETA. Our role is to develop the assessment tools and guide the assessment centers in terms of how to implement on the assessment. The last role player will be the assessment center itself, the site at which the assessments will be conducted. The assessment center is expected to have the relevant HR personnel in order to conduct the assessment. In terms of registration as an assessment center, I'm not going to go through the specific requirements. You've seen them before and you can refer to them in the presentation, but it is largely similar to the accreditation process. We received the application from the QCTO. So if you would like to be an assessment center, you would need to log on to the QCTO website and you would need to apply for assessment center accreditation. We often have STPs who tell us that they've applied to be an assessment center, but they've used the incorrect application. They've applied as an SDP. So please be vigilant when you're doing your application that you are applying for the correct type of accreditation. Once the QCTO receives your application, they'll conduct their desktop evaluation and refer the application to us for a site visit. It then follows the very same process as accreditation. The site visit is conducted, recommendations are made at the internal MICT CETA accreditation committee. Recommendations are then made to the QCTO. You are only an accredited assessment center once you receive your letter from the QCTO, not if the representative from MICT CETA says that you are compliant. The QCTO may raise additional questions or request additional information from you once it goes to them. So in terms of the ratio of ISA centers to SDPs, I'm just going to zoom into the Limpopo province. So you'll see that there are 7 SDPs accredited to implement on occupational programs, but there are only 3 assessment centers registered. And I urge you to please apply for the assessment center accreditation. Once the learners of these 7 SDPs are ready to exit, we will need registered assessment centers to then assess them and exit these learners from the system. This is a list of the registered ISA centers. This is directly from the QCTO. You will find this in the presentation. I'm not going to go through each one, but that's just the list of centers that are accredited nationally. This is the ISA calendar, and it's a relatively new development. So you will note that there are 2 sessions of planned ISAs for the MICT CETA. One is towards the end of June, with the other being in November. What this means for STPs who are currently implementing is you need to submit your documentation by the registration deadline that is stipulated on the screen. It's generally a minimum of 2 months before the ISA needs to take place. You will need to submit your enrollment of those learners to the quality partner, which is the MICT CETA. We will then go through the process of registering those learners for the ISA with the QCTO. So please be mindful of those deadlines in terms of submission if you are already implementing and planning to exit learners this year. So now we're going to look at the implementation of an occupational qualification. This could be a full qualification or a part qualification. If you are already accredited as an STP for an occupational qualification with the QCTO and you are planning to take in learners, you have 21 days to then enroll those learners with the QCTO. That enrollment is done directly with the QCTO. Once the learners are enrolled with the QCTO, you may then start training on your knowledge and your practical modules. That would be the theory and the simulation. The quality partner, the MICT CETA, will then come out to do monitoring site visits. And then when the learners are ready for the workplace component, we will then allocate a workplace to the learner to complete the work-based learning. Once all of these modules are complete and your internal assessments are complete, you deem the learner competent for the ISA, we will do a second round of monitoring, which is similar to that of the current verification in the legacy terms, where we check that the learner is actually competent to enroll for the ISA. Once we deem that the learner is competent for enrollment in the ISA, we will then enroll the learner for the ISA, implement, and then that leads us to certification directly from the QCTO. In terms of a skills program, it's a little bit different. There is no external integrated summative assessment for a skills program, but rather a final integrated summative assessment, which is implemented by the SDP themselves. So you still have 21 days to enroll your learners. You will still need to complete all of your training. The CETA will still monitor you by means of a site visit. Once you are done with your internal final assessment, we will then come out to verify the results of that assessment and deem the learners competent. We will then issue you with a statement of results, and ultimately we will apply to the QCTO for the certificate for that particular skills program for that cohort of learners. The next item is certification reprints. So we found that 46% of the annual certificates that we are generating as an ETQA are actually reprints. We print our certificates based on the data that we receive from our SDPs. Once we print and release those certificates, a large number of SDPs come back to us to say a name has been spelled incorrectly, an ID number is incorrect, or the learner details are not right. That leads us to reprint. At 46%, this is a huge cost to the CETA. So there is going to be developments in this space in applying for reprints. It will be on our learner management system, and we will capacitate you via means of stakeholder sessions in terms of this process. But at this point, I'd like everybody to just be mindful when we are applying for certificates, ensure that the learner data is correct, ensure that you've quality assured on your side, because once we receive, that data is migrated then to the certificates and it then prints incorrectly. So lastly, in terms of the capacitation schedule and the QCTO committee dates, the ETQA is committed to capacitating you on a monthly basis in terms of our updates, in terms of the use of the LMS, and in terms of the implementation of the occupational program, since it is still relatively new. So you can take note of the dates, but we will definitely send out formal invitations for all of the sessions. It will be held online. Then we have the QCTO Accreditation Committee dates. And the reason why we are sharing these dates with you is for you to be mindful that when we do a site visit and you submit all of your information, if there are gaps, we also have a deadline in terms of our submission to the QCTO. Should we not meet that month's committee, we then wait another month for that application to serve at their committee. It then creates delays and time lags, and then the complaints or the concerns come back to the CETA that we are taking a very long time. So I urge you that once you have a site visit, please try and submit all of your information. We are allowing a timeline of 21 days for you to then respond to any gaps and close off on those gaps. So that brings me to the end of the ETQA updates. I hope that you are in a more informed position than we started. What we have listed on the slide is the information of the ETQA division. We have the senior manager, Ms. Natalie Nelson, myself, the ETQA manager, as well as the specific unit leads for accreditation, verification, certification, learner enrollment. So if you have any queries and concerns, you have all of the details in terms of who you should be contacting. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Lisha. Thank you, Lisha. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to make it snappy as we can see the time. And the next presenter will be presenting on the fourth industrial revolution. We understand that steam engine was the first one. There came electricity, there is ICT. Now there is fourth industrial revolution. Who has to explain that? It's our next presenter. Over to you, Ms. Gugusema. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Greetings to the chairperson of the board, the CEO, and the colleagues, and to you, our stakeholders, and Rea Locha, Matebela ko hae, Ligupina. Dumelang and Tobela. I do take note of the time. I'm going to take you through the 4IR division. As you are aware that it's been 5 years since the country has taken a stand to participate on this global agenda. 4IR, it is a global agenda. Since 2018, we've been seeing our leadership attending all these programs or forums that are conducted by WEF, so that as a country we are also not left behind as the rest of the world is taking advantage of these changes. With all the changes and this excitement that has been happening at the national level, internally at the SITA level, we were also mandated by our principal, DHEAD, to take lead on 4IR and also ensure that we position the organization and in responding to these 4IR imperatives, and also ensure that we stay and remain relevant in support of our mandate. So internally in 2019, we have established this division, the 4IR division that is led by myself. In 2020, for us to ensure that we are delivering on this mandate, we had then developed an integrated digital skills strategy, which we are implementing to date as a division and also as an organization. So these are just some timeline just to take you through what had happened each year as part of our mandate. I'm going to take you through these IDSS. We have developed this strategy, which was eventually approved by the board. Its vision is a sector that benefit from enhanced digital realigned workforce, redesign ecosystem and research. The mission is to realign the labor workforce with 4IR skills demands to focus on industry-specific research agenda in support of the redesign education ecosystem, digital skills intervention, and innovation. I must say that we have been living to fulfill this mission and the vision of this IDSS through all the interventions that we have been undertaking in the past 5 years. We started by developing qualifications that are 4IR aligned, that respond to these 4IR changes. These are the qualifications that we started developing. They were developed in 2020-2021 financial year. We are encouraging SDPs that are in the room to look at this qualification and apply for accreditation following the process that was just shared with you by Ms. Lisha Singh. It was also encouraging to hear the appetite in the province about the artificial intelligence and some of the work that has been happening around the space. And on that note, we also acknowledge, Komsasa, your invitation to the hub. We are looking forward because it also ties to some of our intervention that we are doing in the space. These are all the list of the qualifications. They are available on our website and also at the QCTO website. We've developed skills programs that are also responding to these 4IR technologies to ensure that we develop skills in a long term and also in a short term. We are continuing with this initiative on a yearly basis. We develop certain qualification, and this is also directed by the WEF research reports that we constantly receive, and as well as some locally research that are conducted and our SSP, but mostly because 4IR is external, it's outward looking. We are more looking at the changes that are happening internationally, locally, so that we stay relevant. So these are the list of qualifications that are under development, ending for this financial year, those 4 qualifications. And then we will be developing other qualifications that are specifically for the CET college, because for IR, we want to be inclusive. We've been working closely with universities and the TVET. We also then want to make sure that the CET colleges are not left behind, as they are also part of the PSET system. We have developed some learning materials, as we have made a commitment in 2019 that we will develop learning materials that we will make available to our SDPs or to the industry at no cost. That is why we are coming here, conducting these stakeholders engagement, so that you are aware of what MICTC, the development that are there, and then again, so that you are not becoming victims of some of the people who are selling, or who have been selling some of our learning materials, or trying to rob you. But we are saying take charge, or take note of what has been developed, and those SDPs that are currently applying for accreditation and those qualifications, or those who have already obtained the accreditation, the learning materials are available. We have developed these learning materials for to standardize and also make sure that we support our SDPs. We've noted that in the past, SDPs had to part with arm and a leg to procure learning materials, but since MICT has taken a stand to provide support, especially to the SMMEs, so these are the learning materials that has been developed. We are continuing with this initiative. These are other learning materials that are under development. Do take note of that. We are envisaging to complete these learning materials on or before June 2025. We have established research chairs across public universities as an effort to support science, technology, and innovations. These are the universities where we have our presence, even in the province here. We have established researchers at the University of Limpopo. It was formally launched in 2022, just to show that we are supporting the province, and also working closely with the universities. We've later last year onboarded the University of Venda. We have established the research chair. This is one of the new research chair that we recently onboarded. Since this initiative was started in 2020 to date, we have managed to support 637 beneficiaries at master's and PhD student, PhD level. The researchers are established on these 3 pillars, which is research, innovation, and capacity building. We've launched our first symposium last year at the Vaal University of Technology. This is also another initiative for supporting research and the local talent, as our students are conducting research and then are also coming up with some initiative or innovative solutions. Through this collaboration with the universities, the MICT board approved that the ICT project that were meant to be taken to the market, that we channel them to the universities where we have our researchers for these learners to develop those solutions. So these are the universities where they currently conducting our conducting research and also developing different solutions. As you have heard earlier on, that we have been consumers of solutions that have been developed from the West. I think in our support to to our national government, we are also providing opportunities to our young people at the university level to innovate. So these solutions are being developed by these universities and in support or under the leadership of the researchers, and then the students are part of this development. Just some of the allocated projects to the universities. In terms of the programs, the qualifications that we have developed, we started piloting just to test our own medicine on the qualifications that we have developed. These are the implementation that have taken place in the various provinces. You can note that most of these provinces are the rural provinces, and this is also in support of our rural development strategies that has been developed by the MICT SETA. And then those are the numbers that we have since reached out to. To date, we've trained about 1,049 beneficiaries, 46% being female and 54% being males and 5% being the people living with disabilities. Our success stories out of these programs, we have seen 130 jobs created, 47 companies that have been registered specializing on 4IR, cooperatives that were developed, about 18 of them, they were registered, and 5 digital incubation programs. These are some of the graduations that we have participated. You can see the happy smiles on our learners at the end of the programs, and this is really encouraging, and thanks to the earlier speaker that shared some of the feedback in terms of the training that they have implemented. We have also ran a woman-only fiber program. As you know, that the fiber space, it's a male-dominated sector. To ensure that we transform that sector, we have partnered with the Digital Council and implemented this program. And I'm happy to share with you that the second cohort out of this program was absorbed by one of the leading OEM on their data center. So we are continuing with this initiative to ensure that we are inclusive, and also we close this digital divide that we have been observing over the past years. We have partnered with TVET colleges, and even in the province here, we've partnered with Capricorn, Litaba, TVET College. We have signed MOUs with them and some digital hubs, noting the new digital hub that will be coming through the Limpopo connection. What we do with in this hub, we implement our programs. We also implement hackathon in support of these initiatives that we have established, and also ensure that our young people are given an opportunity really to innovate as they are in this program. We have since signed 20 MOUs with 20 TVET colleges in the past financial year. We ran the different hackathons as part of fostering innovation and the culture of digital entrepreneurship as the MICT SETA. These are some of the prototypes that came out of these programs. A smart house, the far right there or far left, a smart planter, a robotic arm, IoT device, smoke detector, and lastly, rain and soil detector. So these prototypes were developed by our learners here. We ran a 3D printing hackathon in Free State, where these learners were given problem statements, and they solved those problems with the 3D solutions. As you are aware, 4IR is futuristic. What we have planned for the future, we will be implementing developing further qualifications. As I've indicated, focusing on the CET space. We will also be implementing the 4IR hackathons and national skills competition. So, Neti, we need those young tech there that will also be taking part on these national hackathon. We'll also be having one hackathons here in the province, according to our plans later in the year. And this brings me to the end. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not every institution that from time to time enjoys the presence of their chairperson of the board almost in every event they hold. Ladies, I would like, and gentlemen, to really thank Mr. Tobela for gracing our events. And earlier on, I called him the MICT SETA Vanguard. If you've been in the army, you would understand what I'm talking about. The Vanguard would be those ships that would be right in the frontier wars so that anyone who's behind them is well protected. So they would ensure that the land or that is coastal is highly protected. So he was not just the vanguard, but was also the navigator, because we do have the captain of the ship, who is Mr. Matibana. And I say we would like to express our gratitude and sincere, happiness, and also appreciation and acknowledgement of having turned around the SETA over the years you have served as the board chairperson. But that is not my role. I'm just the MC, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's for me to just call Mr. Tobela finally to give us his closing remarks. And thank you.
So let me just quickly confirm something first, Program Director. It's been a long day. I don't know if there's anyone who wants to ask questions on this, or you have ruled against that. I am not saying you must allow them, but I just want to confirm so that I don't do something that's not right.
Thank you, Chair. We would welcome questions, but I just looked, you read your audience.
Okay.
And I could tell they understood everything, but let's take some questions.
So Mr. Nene is saying you can ask questions. I'll be standing here, but you're not asking from me, because they are my learned friends here who will respond. I think let's take questions on the presentations that have been given, just in case there is any clarity that people want to have here.
Good day. My name is Bessie Malaji. I would like to direct my question to Mrs. Singh. You touched on the registration for the subject matter expert, but I've been struggling with registering for the assessor on the website. I just want to know, where does one go to get a clear step-by-step of what to do on the website when registering for the assessor? I went through the process. I'm not sure if I did everything right. I received an email to upload my documents, but I haven't gotten a response, and I did this last year, November.
Two heads, sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I think that's the first question. Now, if we could just take 3 questions this first round.
Institute.
More of a comment and also a question. And firstly, thank you for the direction MICT SETA is moving forward as a country. For fourth IR, there are the resources which are involved in this sector. So I want to know what is it that the government is doing, what MICT SETA is doing with relevant partners to ensure that those learners which we are training after the program due to exit opportunities, they have access to the resources that will help them to function or to operate their businesses, because we have high inflated resources. For example, in a mobile repair training, when we fix cell phones and computers, some of the resources, they are hyper-inflated in terms of pricing. So the government can assist in ensuring that our learners, they have them at the nice prices to be able to work effectively.
Thank you. Can we take the last question if there is? Or that's it? Okay, only 2 questions? Okay. 2, 1, 0. Okay, no more questions. Thank you. You may take the questions. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So regarding the assessor registration process that you have outlined, it is the manual process. So there is a link on our website for the assessor application. You have done that. You then receive a link via email for you to upload your relevant documents. The next step would be the evaluation. Once we do evaluate, if you do meet the requirements, you then get a registration letter. If there are gaps, these should be communicated to you. So I'm happy for us to meet after the session so that I can take your details and assist you. Noting that we have transitioned to the LMS, there's also an online application on the LMS, and as of the end of March, we will no longer be taking in the manual applications via the website. But I'm very happy for us to meet and conclude on your existing application. Thanks.
Thank you. Are you covered, madam? Okay, great. Thank you. The second question?
Number of resources. Firstly, what we did as an organization is to partner with these different TVET colleges where there are labs and resources that have been sponsored by other cities, and some of them are not being used. So we then encourage that SDPs can also reach out to their local TVET and forge partnership with them to access those labs. We can also assist on that. And then in the grant, for those that have been approved, there is a certain percentage that you can tap into it to procure resources to support the training. And we have seen that it is possible. We have once been invited to a graduation where this SDP has implemented a mobile repairs program. They took that percentage of training or of grants and procure those mobile repairs resources to support those learners. At the end of the program, those learners did not only walk away with certification, but also with equipment that will support their learning further. So that's a strategy that you can also employ at your training center. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kuku. Are you answered, sir? Great, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for real this time, our chairperson of the board with the closing remarks. Thank you.
Iriki tsobe ka o leboga motshwara marapo. Ke re ka seXhosa re mazene thole. So I don't know if you got the first part. Sa bobedi ba re ka Sepedi madume a wa fele. So ndi masiari. That's right. So, I'm a South African. And I hear someone saying Limpopian kahle kahle. So, I belong everywhere. So, I must thank you for gracing this occasion. So, I am between you and lunch. And lunch is usually my favorite item that I look forward to when I go to any meeting. And I don't want to delay because I also want to eat myself. I'm hungry. Let me thank CEO for the leadership of your management, and also just offer an exceptional acknowledgement to Ms. Singh. Ms. Singh is standing in for Ms. Nelson, who is on leave. But I think this characterizes an organization that opens up space for people to be who can they be and develop their skills into the future. When Ms. Singh spoke here, it didn't feel like Ms. Nelson was not here. And so it's a good thing that we build capacity and allows people space. Maybe let me also share with you that in this organization, half of the senior management is female and another half is male. So when Mr. Madiwane took office, one of the early conversations that I had with him was that this thing of empowering women must not be something that we say when we are on podiums like this or on interviews for radio and TV. But let's see it in action by acknowledging women and giving them responsibilities where they show they can take charge. As we speak today, those who are presenting here, you'd see the only male was Mr. Madiwana and Mr. Namagabini. All the other presenters were ladies. So I think it calls on for a round of applause for acknowledging women. We acknowledge women. But before I say a few things that I wanted to say as we close, let me just address. There was a question that is similar to the one that you asked, my good sir, Mr. Tobejan. There was a question that came from the back about the resources and saying, are there resources locked somewhere that you can avail for us to do our work? As a MICT SETA, we will not have such resources locked somewhere, kept. But as entrepreneurs, I must encourage you to also approach other government agencies and departments, like, for example, the Department of Small Businesses. Depending on what you want to do. And I think we must, which is why we talk about entrepreneurial skills. That probably, let's find a way of linking with the Department of Small Businesses, so that when there is business proposals that must respond to these realities of today, we are able to also approach the small businesses department and ask for assistance here and there for equipment and other tools that we need for our work. This is one government after all. Fortunately, we do speak with the Minister of Small Businesses. In fact, the Minister of Small Businesses, for those who are, you were making an example with the cell phone repairs. I know she spoke at the launch of the industry body called SAMDRA, which is a professional body for cell phone and mobile device repairs. And she was supporting that initiative. And I think it just needs us to coordinate our activities much better. And also an initiative from entrepreneurs, because entrepreneurs in nature see a gap and seize it and use it, right? So that's what makes a difference between entrepreneurs and other people like me who are not entrepreneurs. We who want to be employed like to see the opportunities and seize it and run with it. But you as entrepreneurs, you also see an opportunity and go into it and try and exploit it. So I invite you to look into those opportunities. I must also say this is why we have had a discussion as an entity saying part of what we should do in resolving the problems that we have as a country is that we give this technical skill and hoping that everybody is going to be absorbed into employment. The serious and rude awakening that we must realize is that not everybody that we train will be absorbed into employment. It's not practical. We want it, and it sounds politically correct. So, if there are others who may be employed and there are others who might not be employed, what then must happen? Small businesses. That's where the answer is. People must start their own initiatives. In many areas that we've been to, I will not forget one in a small town called Ogib, close to Namibia. One of the learners stands up there when we were there with the CEO and Mr. Nemugavin, and stands up and says, yeah, we're done with this program. We've got the technical know-how of what we need to do. But I don't want to be employed. I want to open my own business. You heard here some of the beneficiaries were talking in that video. I think about 2 or 3 of them said, now I'm going to be able to open up my own business. So it must not just be the delivery of the skill that's technical, but must also, our mindset must also change. That to be that of job creators than only being job seekers. So I think it's a challenge that all of us must look into as a country. All economies that develop, the book tells us, it's always based on the small businesses creating jobs and starting smaller operations. Big business can only do that much. And we cannot always pin our hopes on big business. In this country, we've been having big business for the longest period of time. However, the unemployment has been stubborn, not shifting. Right? So it tells me that the answer is elsewhere. The answer is elsewhere. So we shouldn't be, as a country, do what Einstein defines as stupidity. Albert Einstein says, stupidity is doing the same thing over and over, but expecting a different result. So we need to shift and think, how do we stop being job seekers and being, and half the time, colleagues, I can tell you now, what's important is our mindset. And fortunately, Limpopo, because I've been in this province now, I started visiting this province and staying in this province for more than 2 days, it's almost 3 decades now that I've been in this province and gone into some deep rural areas of this province. I know it inside out. One of the things that I appreciate about this province is the spirit of entrepreneurship. It's there. You can be driving on R71 towards Zanin. You will see the initiatives of people. They're not sitting down and waiting for government to say, please do something for us. They stand up and do in this province. This province is one of the provinces that would be called rural, but then I've seen a spa in a rural area. I've seen next to Mankweng, that area there where there's a shopping center now on those robots there. It used to be an open felt long time ago. 20 years ago, there was nothing there. It was barrel clean. But somebody decided, no, let's do something here. So I'm not talking about your industry, but I'm talking about the entrepreneurial spirit here in this area. I've been to Toyando. I've seen it. I've gone close to Vuani. There was someone who said this from Vuani. I know the place. I've been there. So you can see the entrepreneurial spirit in this province. So in this sector as well, let's replicate that. Right? Let's replicate that. And somebody said we need financial support. Indeed, financial support. But then, I think as we talk about financial support, we must know many of us want financial support with the unemployment the way it is. Everybody wants a financial support. But what defines yours, what defines your proposition, and what makes it different to the next is what will make you be different from others and whether you get that support or not. Because government on its own, the truth is, the fiscus is under pressure. We don't have endless money as government. So if we don't have endless money, it's clear that the decisions on how do we make that help or how do we give that help will be because it defines, my proposal must be different from others. It must be unique. And I know in other places, I've seen where people start businesses. If one starts a spaza shop here and it looks like it's doing well, just next door, I'm starting my own because I can see that one is doing well and hoping that mine is going to do well. We don't get to be creative. And I think let's use that creativity. I think I also want to call on, emphasize the point I think the CEO made, that in fact, he didn't make it as strong as he usually makes it. And there's a way that I like that he always does say this thing. He says, as a business person, you must diversify your revenue streams. Don't depend on MICT SETA so that when MICT SETA tomorrow does not allocate you, you close shop. Appreciate what MICT SETA does today and say, how do I reinvest this to grow? And how do I get other streams of income so I sustain my business? He normally says that very articulate. And I think I want to emphasize the point that he usually makes. And I think it's true. Because what causes a problem, in Gauteng, I must also indicate this, in Gauteng I made a very strong statement there, which I'm sure people of Gauteng, when they look at me, they are not so excited. Because I was saying, let's stop this gangsterism of people who, when they are not allocated, they go and bully officials in the office and say, yeah, I demand to be allocated. Who are you? How are you better than others? When there's so many people that are not allocated, why should we then single you to give you? Why do you think you have got a God-given right to be allocated and not others? We can't function like that. The truth is that it's small. The budget is small. I hear there's someone who asked, what's your criteria? Of course, the criteria there is guided by the policy. CEO answered that. But then even if all of you were to qualify in terms of the policy, but the truth is that not all of you would be able to get. That's a reality. But one thing that we're proud of that we have done is to open doors for many more small businesses and small training providers to have an access to the entity. As opposed back then when people had huge numbers and there were few. We tried to disentangle that thing and make it accessible to all of you. But the all of you does not mean all of you at the same time. It means wait for your time will come. Don't stop making a try. Don't stop trying. It's going to come together at one stage or the other. So let's be patient. Which takes me to the next point that I wanted to address. I think as part of that, which should be linked to the entrepreneurial spirit that I raised earlier, we should also be able to be innovative, and the CEO speaks about this. And I want to simplify this thing. Innovation is not necessarily doing what America does or what Europe does, but it's understanding your own problems here and say, how do we resolve our own problems? Then innovation, you might use the American, European ways of thinking, but they must respond to your own situations in your village, in your location, in your town. How does what I do contribute in solving problems here? Because anything that you learn, if it's not helping in solving your problems, probably it's not worth it. So we must think, and that thinking comes from you as training providers. You're not only going to be consuming what has been developed, but you must also contribute in thinking what new things must we do to make this country the great country that it is. We have a problem of unemployment. In terms of the statistics, as at the end of last quarter of the last year, the unemployment of young people are sitting at 44.6%. Simply put, if you round off to the closest number, there, 4.6 would be 5, right? Would be 45. Sorry. If you said it's 45, that simply means if you see young people, 10 young people walking in the street, rest assured that 4 of those are unemployed. And this is a problem that this country faces. And I'm saying to those who have got jobs and have businesses, and our problem as a country is what some call a crass materialism, and also an immediate gratification that we want. So, what does that mean? These simply put, if I'm working or I'm in business, I want to show you that I have arrived. Before you even allocate me, Mr. Nene, I'm already thinking, if V-class, it's going to be good for me. Hey? You have not started to even train, but you're already calculating about the car that you have to buy. You're thinking, Dubai, I'm better. Nagia Dubai. So by the time he pays the first tranche, which is why you will avoid paying stipend, you already have a budget and you want to post on Facebook your ticket flying to Dubai. Look at God. You even have a caption. Can't this look at God? God is frowning at you because you have not God. Far-reaching for the country. In our small spaces, we must understand this is part of our patriotic responsibility. We've got no other home except for this country. And our kids have got no other home except for this country. So when we die, we must leave a country. And that country must be functioning. So, there's 8 million young people. They are called NEET. But that NEET is not NEET. Not in employment, not in education, not in training. That's what NEET means. 8 million. NEET. That NEET is very dirty. I'm not saying the people, but I'm saying it's very dirty of all of us to have that number of people. So when we do that, what we do, we must ask ourselves, how do we make NEET but spelled differently? I don't know if you understand me. How do we make it possible for these kids? Because when these kids that are not employed decide one day we have got nothing to eat, they will be eating us who have got something to eat. And I must say what I said elsewhere. Professor Lumumba, PLO Lumumba from Kenya, says, even those who sit behind high walls with electric fences, when the young who are poor and unemployed rise, you will not even rely on your remote control to panic buttons to call security. Because you'll be so panicked that you will not even know where is that panic button. They will be coming for you. For us to, we've seen it happen in Egypt, Algeria, and elsewhere. Here in this continent, it was called Arab Spring. So, we don't want to see that happening because the youth can rise. It's a ticking time bomb. The only way to deal with it is to skill these young people and give them a chance in life. So you must know what you're contributing to. It's a very big thing. Lastly, we started a process of reviewing a stipend, right? Because let's make an admission to you, the stipend has been very mean from our side, right? Because we threw everything into actually training than the stipend. Other sitters, we understand, are having a stipend that looks much more sexy than ours. So we started a process. CEO was making proposals, the CEO of reviewing the stipend. But in the process of doing so, we then got wind that the minister is actually looking at reviewing the stipend for all the sitters. So we put brakes on it because we don't want to run a process that probably might be in conflict with what the minister is doing. So we believe that when the minister has done that, we will be able to come back and say the stipend, even if we don't come back physically, but I'm saying we'll communicate when the stipend changes, when all the processes have been followed. One thing that I don't know whether, Gugu, you mentioned it, probably I might not have heard, is that with the learner material that is for free. You mentioned it. So, free learner material, it's a decision of the sport, with working with the CEO and senior management. So don't go buy these learner materials on these areas where we have provided it for free. But also don't take it and go sell it. So we're doing it because we're trying to contribute the little that we can to ensure that life is better for you, because we know the profit margins might not be as healthy as we would want to see. So we hope that this session has been very helpful for you. We hope that you have benefited for the time you spent here. And we hope that God will be with you as you move forward and establishing your businesses and also delivering the skill that's required by the economy, in particular to young people. Thank you.
The time has come, ladies and gentlemen, to say thank you to you. You've been a great audience. And thanks to the chairperson of the board for the closing remarks. And please kindly focus on the screen. You will see that there's something known as a quick response code. Yeah, just please focus on that one and scan it. That will assist us to get feedback from you. So just quickly complete that form so that we can see where we can improve, what works or what does not work. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for lunch, and lunch is served in the restaurant here in the hotel. But I believe, Kuku, you want to say something? Oh, are you good? All right, no, fine, great. Thanks a lot. Okay, sir, over to you. Oh, the QR code is not working. Okay. Okay, we're gonna make a plan. Do you think it can be fixed in 3 minutes? Okay, yeah. Just 3 minutes. They're fixing it, so we're gonna get the right one. But ladies and gentlemen, whilst we're waiting, and you've been a great audience, and thanks a lot. Have a great day. Thank you.